All right, I think I am live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Welcome, welcome. Can you believe it's Thursday night already and Friday morning for some of you on the other side of the planet? So, welcome, everybody. So happy to have you here. Hope all is well in your adventures. And of course, make sure we're all live here. It looks like we're doing good here. So, before we get started, everything, let us bring in some beautiful love energy. And we'll do that by, of course, taking a big deep breath to come back into this moment, into the now, out of the past, out of the future, out of the chaos of the outside world, and come into the presence of this moment where joy and gratitude and peace exist, that unconditional love. So we'll start off taking a big deep breath and doing that. Then I'll hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we're doing that, we can just let that eternal unconditional love flow down into us, filling up our emotional body, our mental body, our physical bodies, our energetic bodies, and flowing out to the world, allowing it to do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. Something we can do to help that, of course, is gratitude. Gratitude is a huge, quick enhancer, I guess, of our unconditional love energy. Immediately starts to raise it. So if we can just think of just one thing that we're grateful for right here, right now, in this moment, and as we express that, it immediately begins to raise that love vibration. Plus, it opens us up to receive messages from spirit, as well as become a magnet for more of the thing that we're grateful for. So it's a win-win, win-win-win-win-win-win, right? So that is what we'll do. So if you'd like to join me, we'll start off by taking a big deep breath in. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't hurt yourself or pass out. And we'll begin. So big deep breath in. Beautiful. All right, we'll hit the singing bowl 3 times. I'm not sure how loud this will be, so beware of your volume. All right, here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Such beautiful energies. All right, so let us put her back on her little shelf back here. There we go. All right. So hello, everyone. Good to have everyone here. Whew, that's some powerful energy going on tonight. So I'm excited, as always, to see what messages come through from Spirit this eve. So we will jump in here. If you're new to my channel and new to my readings, welcome. I'm Brother Zen. We got a great group of wonderful Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So, as I say, that's two things that definitely are helpful in this adventure that we're on as humans, right? Sense of humor and unconditional love, right? So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm glad that you're here as well. You're always welcome. We've got a nice, safe, fun place to be. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description box of the video. Donations do get first priority. I honor that heart exchange. I step out of the readings, dive deeper, pulling more tarot cards for that. Plus, you also get a fortune cookie for each donation. This evening, I'm just going to have one deck we're using. We're going to continue to use this one, the Mind Info Oracle. So we're using all of the cards. I only used a couple, I think, last weekend. So because we're using another deck too, but these are all mixed back up. We'll use all those this weekend. And I'll be using the Animal Guides Tarot this evening. So we've got the animals in the house in more ways than one. You guys know who you are. That's just a joke, mostly. So I got off track. So if you make a donation, you do get a fortune cookie along with your reading as well. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I have my Venmo, my Cash App, my PayPal, and my Square. And I don't have any set dollar amounts. Whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. So you can do that. Yeah. You're so funny, Johanna. What else? At the end, I'm on for like 2.5 hours. I'm on for 3 hours. If 2.5 hours in, I have not completed any free readings, I will step away from donations, complete at least 30 minutes of free readings. And after I'm done with each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed along with timestamps. So you can just click on it and come back. So if you're like, I got life to live, so I'm going to head off, just know you can check that when you return. And then you can see where your reading is. Just click on the timestamp, takes you right to your reading. It's super cool. What else? I think that's it for the main stuff. I do have a new podcast that I have put out. It's called The Easier Path. Adventure number 1 is out there. I'm like this much close to adventure number 2, which is all about round 1 of fighting, which has to do with being cheated on and the difficulties of relationships, intimate relationships, romantic lover relationships. Round 2 will be adventure number 3, which will cover romantic relationships, the fighting that goes on with other humans. So it's really going to be fun. It's going to be a long one for the first one, the stuff they're going into, but it's important stuff that can help us have a easier path. So if you want to check out the first one, we talk about not so easy, some of the big things that make human life not so easy. We start off with stories from Brother Zen about my own personal life, and then we talk about the human perspective, Spirit's perspective, and then hints from Spirit on how to make those things an easier path. So be sure to check that out if you haven't already. I also have another giveaway. Had a giveaway on October 1st, I believe. October 21st, we'll be having that. That's the Libra new moon. We'll be having a drawing for at least one winner of a person recorded reading or a Hedge of Peace and Love, whichever you prefer. That link there takes you to the video, tells you how to get into the drawing, and all this information is down in the description box of these videos too. Also, I have a special going on It says until the end of October, but I might be extending into November and adding some more stuff as well for Thanksgiving season. But right now, if you want to take advantage of the 15-minute or 30-minute personal recorded readings, they're at $777 and $1,515 respectively, if you're interested. Never just information, never any expectations. I just like to make sure you guys know what is available. So that's how it happens. All right, let me grab here the list for donations here, and we will get in here. I think that's everything that I have. So welcome everybody. So happy to have you guys here. Thank you already for all the thumbs up. I appreciate that because it does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. You can see I don't do two things at once. Well, you used to be able to chat, type, be on the phone with customers. You used to be able to do all three. But once you get out of that habit, it's like one thing at a time. So fun. All right, so let me get this last one in here. See, I can't. I probably could if I really focused, but who wants to focus these days? Not me. All right. So up first, we will have Johanna times 2, and then Moonlight 5. You'll be up after that, and then Ashvin Ray. And then we'll jump over to Sean G times 2, and then Diana times 2. So thank you guys so much. And let me just take a look here. Come on. Oh. I think there's something going on with YouTube. They're doing more ads these days. I have my old computer that's going to eventually be moved, but I have a little mini session going over here, so I can make sure we're still alive. Because ever since that one day, Shanji, when it was a Sunday night, and I don't have a chat on Sunday afternoon ones, and I didn't know it was like spinning, and it wasn't connected. Something happened to the internet for a moment and knocked me off. So if Sean G hadn't told me, hey, just an FYI, I don't think you're spinning or whatever. So now I try to have something where I can make sure we're still alive. All right. So let's shuffle up and let's get into it here. You guys ready for this Libra new moon coming up on Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? Yeah, I think it's Tuesday the 21st. All right. So let me move the mouse over here and we will get into it. All right. So we have Johanna. You are up. Well, actually, before I do that, let me say hi to everybody. I really like doing that. So Diana's in the house, of course. Hello, hello. And of course, Sean G, hello. And Jojo, hello. All right. And Moonlight 5, of course. Hello, my dear. And got Kathleen Hughes and Simran. Hello. Marissa, good to see you. And Brenda and Ateshi and Mika Khan. Hey, everybody. And of course, Christina Lowe. Oh my goodness, you're at the hospital waiting for your grandbaby wee boy to arrive. Oh, how exciting. I saw that when I was preparing, and actually I was pulling cards and I got 2 birthing cards. So I do feel they will be coming tonight. And we'll pull, since you'll be up first for the free readings, we'll get you one here. Coming out, but definitely I feel like they're coming today with the one of the big one was the full card that came through, which is a brand new start, a new journey, a new adventure. So I do feel like they're going to be born today. So congratulations. How exciting. All right, everybody. So let us dive in. So here we got 1515. That's why we were waiting for that, Johanna. You needed to have 2 number 15s. Boom, boom. So thank you for your first sticker What is that? Whoosh. And for your first donation. You're so funny. All right. So, advice on your apartment search, please. So, was that apartment taken? Will you find something as good? And what else they want you to know? All right. Let's take a look here first. Let's take a quick sip. So, cheers, everybody. All right. So, let's take a look here. So was that apartment taken? So you can see these, right? Yep. And then will you find something as good? And what other advice do they have here for you? 221. 221B Baker Street. That's funny. You're going to move in with Sherlock Holmes. Or a doctor, unless, oh no, it's 231. You're going to move in next door to Sherlock Holmes. They're at 221B, you're at 231B. You probably share a wall. That's funny. Okay, let's dive in here. So, was that apartment taken there? Yeah, 9 of Wands. 9 of Wands energy. There is a little bit of a blockade, a block that's there. So, that's interesting, that's there. Will you find something similar? Yeah, 10 of Earth, 10 of Pentacles. Definitely, it sounds like something that's very abundant, and that means yes, you'll find something maybe even more amazing to you from your standpoint. That's there too. So I like that. So that's funny. I got to see what you're saying down here. Yeah, right. Wasn't it? I think I watch a lot of Sherlock Holmes movies and old ones, new ones, and it was always, wasn't it 221B Baker Street or something like that, or 222? But yeah, you got 231 here, which 231 is things. It feels like it's like starting at the very beginning, because it's not 1 2 3 or 3 2 1. It's 2 3 1, which is always like a little bit off with the how things unfold. It doesn't unfold like normal, which shock, surprise, right? You're not surprised. Different for me? No way. But it does fold in differently here. Let's see what happens here. Because you got the 2 of Fire and the Page of Fire. Yeah, we've got the 2 of Wands and the Page of Wands. So this definitely is talking about your use of energy. So advice that you can have on it is, just being aware. If I'm focused on, I really need to find a place, I really want to find a place, I fear I won't find a place, that energy, of course, is lack energy. We push something away instead of drawing it toward us. And that's our tendency. We're all taught that. There's no judgment there at all, right? I mean, we're all taught, majority of humans taught, focus on what you want and need, not on gratitude for what you have in the moment and what you have had in the past. Because when we sit in that energy of now, grateful for what I do have, grateful for what I have had, the things I love and the things I'm grateful for, I'm basically giving a list to the universe of things I like. So, this is a great place, even though you may not get this one, but you're like, oh, you know what I loved about that? I love that. I love that. And I'm so grateful I was able to experience that even. And then that allows this, us to see things differently in that gratitude of the moment, instead of fearing the future or stressing or putting our energy into the future or the past, which pushes away things. We're sitting in gratitude for the moment, which attracts things. So that's what this page in 2 of Wands is bringing in. And then you have the Moon, life experience, and the Ace of Air. Yeah. So you've got the Moon card coming in. Something about the new moon in Libra, and then the full moon energy is coming up here. So next Tuesday, and then 2 weeks from that Tuesday, kind of energy coming in. You do have life experience, which, the cuckoo bird, you like your birds are coming through. But that's the devil card, which is letting go old ways of thinking, expectations, letting expectations go, focus in what you have in the moment. Yeah, and the Ace of Swords is clarity. So I do feel like you have clarity coming in here on this new moon, which is on, I believe it's on Tuesday. And then that's the new planting, the new clarity comes in. And then 2 weeks from that, I feel like is when you are able to move in to an apartment. It feels like there definitely is this newness coming in. And then you have, because it ends in the World card, which is victory, an end of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So at the end of the month, you do get that. Because when is the full moon in Taurus? Isn't that like November? Let's see, the 21st be 28th. Halloween is the 31st. So it would be that next Tuesday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Like 4th? Was that November 4th? So I feel like those are big days for you there. So good news. Hopefully that helps. And but things are just kind of happened a little out of order, but everything ends up falling into place. Like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in regarding the apartment here. All right. Yeah, and you can ask for help. You can ask for clarity too. But it says you're being asked to request help from another. You don't need to deal with this issue alone. There are many people who want to help you, but it's up to you to bravely ask for their support. It's a sign of strength to reach out. Do that today. This is it's interesting, especially with that, reference to Sherlock Holmes. I don't know if you ever had a roommate before, but it could be that could be also this asking for help. You don't have to do it alone. You could have a roomie. So something to consider as well. You're just like, I know personally, like sometimes we prefer, I lived alone most of my life. Both windows with my family. I feel like we were all alone, living our own lives, but physically a lot until recently. And sometimes it's like, we're like, we can have situations where we live independently, but together, and that's the way like my current host is for me. I live in the basement. I really don't have to go out a whole lot if I didn't want to. And she would be fine with that too. She's like, yeah, there's no pressure and we have to communicate and we have to do this and this. We're texting and Instagramming each other all the time. And then she's just upstairs. So anyway, something just to maybe not limit yourself going, creator, I trust that you're going to bring me the perfect place and the perfect timing, perfect situation. And you never know. But something just to keep open. But you can also ask for help. All right. So that's for number 1 for you. So thank you for that one. And then let's find your number 2. Good to see you too. I just saw your comment there. Animals. Moo cow. All right. I don't know. Have you? I don't see a number 2 out there yet. Unless I totally missed it. Let me look again. So if you haven't put number 2, put that out there and we'll do that one too. Just make sure here. Okay, no, that's my light. Oh, you didn't send. Okay. All right. Go ahead and put that out there. Let's put these here. Your flashing lights crew. Okay. The internet here is weird. Can imagine. Hey, Alice, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. All right, I grabbed your other one there. Oops, just dropping cards all over the place anyway. Let me just make sure here. Okay. So the flashing lights crew. Just wanted to know more about them. Oh, you tried to communicate with the flashing lights crew today. Your little posse from the other side. Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look here. Any messages from them or any clues about them? All right. All right. So they do want these 3 here. They do want this one. This one. This one's underneath there. This is way underneath this one here. Okay. Nope, I don't want those. Okay. We'll take a look here. It's funny because I'm connecting with them and they're like, we're nothing special. We're nothing different than anything else. And we're just like, yeah, but talk about uniqueness, because they're like, we're part of your spiritual posse. It's just like they see themselves as just a part of the cog wheel, or like on a Swiss watch, they're like, we're just a piece within it that helps everything go. We're not special or any, significantly different than anything else in the spirit world. And I'm like, yeah, but you are a different kind of part. Well, we're all part of the watch. I know, yeah, but there's a difference between the second hand, the minute hand, the hour hand, the stuff that goes inside, the thing that changes the date. There's different parts. They're like, I get it. But I feel like they just want to, to know that they're part of a bigger purpose with, they're just one finger on a hand, kind of energy, which is interesting. The bottom of the deck, you do have, you see, there's a difference between a short hair dachshund and a long hair dachshund, but they're both wieners. They're both wiener dogs. That's like, no, we're not going to go there. They've got here the 2 of Swords is an energy, of course, of being at a crossroads and making decisions that both they and the entire your spiritual posse are there to ask for support. And coming back to this, asking for help, you can ask them for help too. That comes in here, which is, you can, if you're unsure about something, you can ask them to give you information that makes it a no-brainer, and they will. And nothing's too small, nothing's too big to ask about. And they are, bringing up, different light stuff and numbers and different synchronicities. All of them together are doing different things. Just the light crew, they have a special energetic connection to be able to make, especially around electricity, anything to do with electricity. They're very gifted at bringing messages through, and they're specifically, making themselves known because they can do that. It has something to do with their vibration, a lot of their vocal vibration and harmonization, and because of the vocals and the music they've dealt with in many lifetimes, they just are find it easier to connect in the physical world through the electrical systems, which is really cool to think about. All right, let's see what message they have here for you. You got the star card, your dream come true. Focus on the dream. And you've got the 10 of water, 10 of cups. Focus on your dream of your heart. And the 5 of cups. Yeah, I like this. We're coming back to this energy. It's like they're bringing you back to your why. You know, I know Supernova, both of you get the 5 of cups quite a bit, because part of what your dream is to help people transform their emotions from lower vibration to higher vibration, to be a source of both through singing, through acting, and all of that. It's about touching people in their heart. Whoa, and touching in their hearts. Don't touch people. And what are they? Are you in heat or something? They're all bringing all these references up there. That's funny. Like, but they're bringing the cups, the emotions from lower to higher. And I feel like they're focusing in on remember your why, what you wanted to do. Yeah, you're the Queen of Fire, Queen of Wands. So I like this. Again, you have a great ability with the Queen of Wands to connect to the spirit world. Plus, she has all that emotional energy behind the scenes, as all queens do in the regular suits, that allows this connection to the higher realms. Much like the High Priestess energy, and we even got the new moon energy coming in here in the background. So I feel like there is this nudge to watch and be aware of where you're investing your energy and how. And it's about, of course, like we talked about in your first reading, gratitude, 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 not so much of want and need. It's about, I'm so grateful for what is going on in my life and what I have had happen in my life. And there is this, this focus on that instead of the future of, this is what I want to do and I need this and this and this. The need and want, they're like, because we're taught you got to make it happen, right? It's like, no, universe will make it happen. It comes easier for us when we're not focusing on need and want, because that pushes our dreams away instead of sitting in it and going, I got all the time. How many lifetimes have I been a singer and an actor, you know, musician? It's like I'm doing it all, and it just might take 1,000 lifetimes, but I'm gonna hit it all, and I'm okay. No rush. I'm gonna enjoy the journey, right? That's funny. All right, let's see what else they have here. You have the Sun card. Yeah, here's your Leo energy. You were born for this. Shine bright, stand forward, and you got the bluebird of happiness coming in. You have the cuckoo in the other one. Now you have this bird, but this is why you chose to be born, born the way you are. That's funny. That's got to be your fairy godmother. Born the way you are. They're like, yeah, through fingers pointing back at them, and they get it. They're like, you were born different, with all the energies that you have in your birth chart, to be able to just, your energy will just draw people when you're in alignment with who you are. When you're in that need or want, that's not your energy. That's lower, dimming light energy, but shining bright. And again, it comes back, your light crew. It's all about, don't let your light become shaky and flicker. Let your light shine bright. So when you see a flickering light, that's the reminder to shine bright. That's funny. Underneath the surface of all this, you do have the 10 of Wands. Yeah. Again, being aware of where you're investing your energy, it'll either feel like a burden or it'll feel like abundance. And that's how you'll know. If you feel like you're behind and you're trying to catch up, then you're focusing on your expectations. You're focusing on fear, lower vibration, the future, the past. When you feel that abundance and that fullness, then you know when you're in your zone. You have that It's fully connected instead of only at half speed. Underneath that, even, you've got the Two of Earth, the Two of Pentacles. So there's this balanced energy. Again, this Libra energy, Libra new moon energy is coming in here for me. I just feel like this next energies that you're going to be feeling here until Scorpio. The sun moves into Scorpio on, I think, Wednesday, the 22nd. Yeah. So right after the Libra new moon, we move into Scorpio season. So there is a bit of rebirth, ruled by Pluto, death and rebirth energy. So I feel like you get into this new groove, and it helps that I feel like you get new information on a new place to live, and you're like, all right, that was distracting me. Now I'm back in my groove kind of energy. Which brings you to your final one, which, the Lover's card. You've got the and here's all those twos that you've been getting, the Two of Swords, the Two of Earth, the Lover's card, which all is about your power of choice. And there is no like faded, there's not a ton of faded things that you wanted to have cemented in this lifetime. You wanted to have such an adventurous type of lifetime. This lifetime is what they're telling me, that you wanted to have so much to be left up to power of what you choose that would take you on your different paths, and you didn't want to have something that has to happen no matter what. You wanted it to be totally up in the air. I like that for you. That feels like you for this lifetime, right? Yeah, I don't want to be a caged lion. I want to roam free and run and go do whatever I want. I don't want to be kept in a zoo. All right. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what they have. Yeah, have compassion for yourself here too, which is you're being asked to be kinder to yourself, to give yourself a break instead of being a taskmaster, a bully, and a horrible friend. Be a loving comforter who always has your own back. I love that. So that is what they have for you, Johanna. Oh, you just came back. Your internet disappeared. That's funny. That you're gonna laugh at the message that came through from those your spirit guides, because it's all the lights going in and out are don't let your lights dim, and now your internet going in and out is stay connected. Stay connected to them. Don't disconnect. Stay connected. So I love that. And I didn't write down when your second one started. So you'll find that. I know. I love that for you. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. I like that message for you. All right. All right. So Moonlight. Well, here, Moonlight will do you at 39 minutes even here. All right. And thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like there. So good to see you. You want to know, are you right about R lying, RL trying to scam me? That not all they say are true and that they try to take advantage of the situation. Will this turn out in your favor? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. So one, are you correct about the scamming? Okay. What else can we see here? Are they not saying the truth or trying to take advantage of the situation? And will this turn out in your favor based on current energies? Right, we got 3 for that one. I feel like we want these 2 here too. Okay, maybe underneath the surface. Right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Hey. Always a thrill to be a human, right? I get it. Yeah, it looks like 3, 2, 1. Things do work out here in the end, but we'll see. You got on the bottom of the deck, you do have the 3 of Wands, which is like a change of direction, with new information, new clarity. The plans you had, you kind of go off in a different direction than you had anticipated. So that's the underlying energy of your reading that's there. But are you super clear on, is your gut instinct on point is what we're asking, right? Yeah, the Knight of Earth, which is Knight of Pentacles. There's something deeper here. We'll find out more here with that second set of cards here too. But the Knight of Pentacles, it's coming in as this is a quest around self-worth. And that to slow your horses around it, slow down, but that things will slowly unfold and clarity will come. But I feel like there's more to it than meets the eye here. It's not like some of what you're picking up has to do with your journey for your self-worth. And they want you to be aware of that the situation that's happening isn't happening to you, it's happening for you, and it's part of your adventure. So, of course, which doesn't mean that you have to go, okay, I'm going to do what they're saying. No. It's part of your trusting your path in a way here. But the second part of that, let's take a look here. Yeah, we do have here, we've got the Ace of Cups. Sorry, let me get rid of this ad here so I can make sure. Yeah. So we got the Ace of Cups along with the Hanged Man. And there is some energy here about, we can see it from a place of love from a different standpoint. And I like this energy that changes where we don't take it personally. We realize, someone else's actions is about their self-love. It's not against us. They're not trying to do something to us. Yeah. Well, it's the betrayal, right? It's the feeling like someone's lying to us. It's the facing that fear of betrayal, which feels the same, even though the outside circumstances are different, whether it's someone cheating on us with sleeping with someone, or someone saying something, lying to us to get something from us, or someone say they're going to be here forever and then they leave, or, whatever the feeling of betrayal. The original betrayal happened when you were like 7 years old and younger, but we've got all this. You're in heat. I was like, what? I thought that was Moonlight. I'm like, what? You're in heat? But no, I see that it was Johanna. So I like, I feel like there are actions of, it's, and I was just writing this for my next podcast, because it's like betrayal isn't intentional, which I know it's like, what? As I was writing it, because I was channeling it from spirit, they were like, yeah, betrayal isn't intentional. And I'm like, they were like, someone doesn't wake up and going, oh, I'm going to scam someone. It's all about, I feel unsafe and I feel out of control. I need to do whatever stupid, crazy thing I need to do to feel safe and in control again. But they don't wake up going, ooh, I'm going to scam you today. They're just like out of fear. They're just like someone who's drowning. They don't plan, today I'm going to drown. I'm going to be drowning and I'm going to do this to them. No, they're just out of panic, out of fear, out of reaction, doing things. So I feel like it's important to see it differently from a place of love, going, their actions are not intentional toward me. It's a cry out for help, for love, really. Doesn't mean I have to do it. It's just a realizing I don't have to take this personally. Is I feel a lot of this, what this is here. So I feel like they wanted to tell you all of that before we get into the facts, because they wanted to set the foundation and set our perspective in a different way so that we could see it differently. So now let's see here. We do have the 2 of Earth, along with the 8 of Earth, along with the Moon. So there is hidden stuff there with the Moon card coming in here. They're trying to do the work. They're trying to balance things out. But there is some hidden unspoken things there. So let's see what their advice here for you is. Yeah. There is this, about being, I know you're like, I'm tired of the hermit energy, but this is about stepping back, and that 5 of air, 5 of swords is a conflict energy. So I feel like there is this, I feel like your gut is correct in that you're like, there's some hidden stuff here. So caution and going slow, going forward is an important thing here as well, right? You actually feel pretty high these days, but just as soon as like, so you think I'm stupid. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I feel like, yeah. And it's not that they think you're stupid. It's just they're acting stupid because they're in fear. And when we talk about, right, when our little inner child feels unsafe and out of control, it boots out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side. And then that's why we do stupid, unloving, uncaring things, because we're in fear. So it's not that they think you're stupid. They're just doing stupid things, right? But in the end, you have the 4 of fire, the 4 of wands. You do have joy. You do have this solidity. So in the end, it does feel like you are in a happy place, that it does end up working out in your favor here because you've got joy in the end here. So it feels okay here for you. But it's about stepping back and not feeling like I have to become defensive over this, because if I'm becoming defensive, then my fears are activating, right? But I like this about step back from a place of love, see it differently, realize what's happening is part of your adventure to show you more about your own self-worth, but to also be able to understand that, yeah, this isn't against me or intentionally toward me. They're just reacting, trying to feel safe in their own way. And it's like when a little kid wants everyone's toys to be theirs because they fear I'm not going to have enough, and so they grab other people's stuff, and you're like, that's my toy. But then you realize, well, I'm not going to grab it back from them because they're freaking out. I'm just going to wait a minute until they calm down, and then I can ask for my toy back. And when they're in that place, they're more, it's not like a cornered animal. It's someone that's in a place of where they can communicate instead of attack or defend, right? Because when someone's in fight or flight, they're just going to be in survival mode. They're not going to be, in a very approachable or working with it, right? Yeah, we have let it go as your fortune cookie for this one. You're being asked to let go of whatever pain and resentment you've been holding on to. It's hurting you, and you can't fully be present in your life if you're holding on to this negativity. Release it and be free. There you go. So that's their advice for your first one here. You're very welcome, Johanna. Glad you enjoyed the message. All right. So we will circle back for number 2 here in a moment, Moonlight. Thank you so much for that first donation. Yeah, isn't that great? Scary good, scary peaceful, right? Scary calm. I love that. Isn't that exciting though? It is exciting when you're like, okay, it feels more comfortable. When we get used to putting up boundaries, we're like, wow, this feels good, right? It's not so, it gets less and less scary because we're like, look, I survived even with boundaries. All right, so that's what we have for that one. Like I said, we'll circle back around here in a moment. All right, so Ashvin Ray, you are up. Thank you so much for your donation. Let's put that down there. Give that a love and a like. Ooh, and I don't think, Johanna, I didn't give your second one a love and a like there. How rude. I'll do that now. All right. So, Ashvin, you'd like a general for November. Isn't that crazy that I'm like, November? That's like a month away. I'm like, no, that's in 2 weeks. It's crazy how fast this year has flown, right? All right, let's take a look here. What do they want you to know about November? Okay. Go to those. Do you want those? I do want these. I don't want any of those. So I got 1, 2, and 3. So something's unfolding here. Let's see what we have here. Wow, all right. So bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Water, which is about, I mean, definitely can be new love entering your life here. Self-love, but it definitely feels like if you're looking for romance, that November brings an opportunity. I'm hearing an opportunity for an introduction. Ooh, fancy. Been reminded of, they're showing me in my head an old movie of, the South, the Southern plantations in United States, where they would invite someone over for an introduction to tea, and they had to sit there while, the person, they couldn't be alone, they needed a chaperone. There's this introduction. It was very formal. I'm like, ooh, okay. We'll see what this is about. But things do progress. 1, 2, 3, you got 1 card, then 2 cards, and then 3 cards. Your first card is the Two of Fire, the Two of Wands. This is that possibility energy of the wand suit of fire. And this does have to be letting you know about your power of your energy, where you're investing it. Because if you are focusing on want, need, fear of not, that's all lack energy, and that actually pushes things away from us, doesn't draw it towards us. But if I'm grateful for what I do have and what I have had, that is what an energy of gratitude is, what opens it up and draws things forward. So I do like that here. It's about being aware of where your intentions are. If it's in gratitude for now, what you have now and have had, then that draws it into November. If we're focusing on want and need, then we're actually pushing it out past November. So that's why they're saying, being aware of this, there's a possibility you can draw in the introduction into November. Then step 2, you have the Six of Air and the Devil card, the Ego, coming in here. So this is about letting go of old ways of thinking. That's what the Devil card, the Ego card is. It's funny that there's 2 cats. But there's, the Six of Swords, Six of Thought, that also is about leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from a new perspective and moving forward. 6 and the Six of Swords with the 15 of the Ego, 5 + 1 is 6. So there's the 6 energy that's here, but it's flowing energy. And this is, again, letting go of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, that kept you safe before. It also is about becoming a little flexible with the rules of, like, our family and our culture and our society and stuff, and allowing a little bit less extremity on that it has to be this. It's opening it up a little more, also allows them to come in. Because I feel like it's going to be, if there's a rule, if there's all these long list of rules, that they wouldn't end up on that list, because there's some things that are not on that list. But it's like, it's okay. They do meet a lot of this other stuff, but it's about flexibility is important. Otherwise it'd be like, no, I don't want to meet them. they don't meet this criteria, we miss a big love for our lives if we do that. So it's about being more open-minded energy. Which leads you to the number 3. You've got the 6 of fire. Here's another 6. Maybe November 6th is an important day. But you got all the 6 of wands energy, which is a victory and a movement and a flow energy. The 10 of wands, 10 of fire. It's funny, you had 2 cats. Now we'll see what the other one is. You've got 2 dogs. But this is about, again, it's a very flowing energy. Oh, and then you have the seal of approval. But the 9 of swords, this is about being tired of living up to all of the fears, right? All of the supposed to be's and should be's and need be's and have to be. So there's this big release that comes here, this victory. So it can either, like the wands energy, these 10 of wands, if I'm focusing it in on the 6 of fire, which is victory and gratitude energy, like we talked about in the beginning, then there is this abundant feeling. And if I focus in on my fears and expectations, then there's limitation, and my energy shrinks things instead of grows things. Gratitude grows, expectations and lack shrink. It even says your worries and fears aren't real. They're fueled by focusing on the negative, which gives power to that which you're afraid of. Stop worrying, let go of fear, and everything will be okay. That's what the seal of approval says. I like that. Yeah, and there's something here. We got this full moon energy, and I believe the full moon is like November 4th, but I feel like there's something on November 6th that comes in for you here regarding love. Maybe that's when you start becoming aware of someone, or the messaging starts, or an event begins to unfold on November 6th. If you're attending any kind of gathering, that could be there too. But could be something there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right, there we go. Boom, boom. Looks like you got 2. Yeah, it's time. I like it. That's a good message. You're being asked to move forward toward the dream that you've been carrying in your heart. It's time to bring it out into the world. You're ready. It's time. And you have your power of choice, but which way are you going to invest your energy, right? You're being asked to make a choice that you've been struggling with. It's time to decide which path you're going to take. Listen to your intuition, eliminate everyone else's input, which is all that expectations and everything, and feel your way into the choice that is right for you. The time is now. So both of these say it's time. The time is now for you to choose from a place of your heart, not from the place of the mind and all those opinions of everyone else. So, I like this for you, Ashwin. All right, so that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. All right, and then we have Sean G. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. This is for ×2. So thank you for your donations via Zcash app. And yeah, both of your questions over here. Sorry, let me just get rid of this off of here. There we go. All right. So Sean G. Here we are. Let's see here. There you are. So for number 1, you were to have a date tonight and he flopped. What happened? All right. Cheers. Let's take a sip before we dive into this one, right? All right. We'll take a look here and see what happened with the flip-flopper. Okay. So tell us, what was this about? We got this, which led to this, which led to that. Okay, I don't want that, but I do want this one. I do want this, but I don't want this one. Here are these 3. Nope, that one of those. Interesting. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Don't know what this had to do with. Being very choosy. It's like all this. When I was going through those cards, it was like all of this sorting and it was almost like it felt like almost like a dating app. Right, left, left, right. It almost feels like it's an energy. It's weird. Like it would be so it's I'm just going to say that some of the words are popping in my head because I'm trying to formulate how to present this and just not coming together, which kind of represents their mind. But I'm playing the odds. It's like you've got to go through a lot because it's all about statistics and possibilities. You just got to interact with a lot of people to, because it's all about the numbers. So I feel like they have like a lot of individuals that they juggle and they date a lot of different people because they're looking for the one kind of energy. Interesting. Let's see what this is about. We do have balance on the bottom here with the zebra. By merging varying points of view, you can generate an extraordinary new idea, compromise with others, and collaborate to discover a better solution. Interesting. I don't know. I wanted to read that. It just is like, I don't know what this, because that's the temperance card, which is patience and about alchemy, but they're not very patient. I feel like that's a message for them. They're like, come on. They're trying to rush to get somewhere instead of trusting, to get that it'll arrive in the perfect timing. It's like, no, we gotta rush through the numbers. I keep on getting that. It's all about the numbers. Yeah, and even here, the first card is all about balance between things. There is this energy also here that I was picking up that they're bringing back. So thank you for that, Spirit, which is because it's a numbers game, I have kind of like double, triple booked sometimes because they're trying to have so many that they've overbooked and they can't keep it straight. That it's like they thought, oh, I thought it was Friday, or oh gosh, I thought it was Wednesday, or like they do a wrong date and they're mixing up times and dates because they're in such a out of balance energy. It feels like weird. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, 3 of fire, 3 of wands, which is a change of plans kind of energy that comes in. We do have the sun and the 9 of water. I like this for you because there is an energy of trust that it happens for you and that the sun, which shines a bright light on your 9 of cups, which is your dream come true. And we want the spotlight to be on the one that will bring us what our heart desires, right? And so when something happens, they're reminding me, I don't know why they're talking about a shed, but a friend of mine, they were going to have their shed moved from one place, and they had to like have someone do it. And when they were calling, and my friend, he was really frustrated because the people weren't calling him back. And I gotta, I'm like, trust it that when someone doesn't contact you, that it's for you. And they called me back later that day and they were like, yeah, I went to get my oil changed down the road at the garage down the road. And while they're there, I was just like, I vented to them about my shed. And they're like, we've got a big dolly. We can go over after we're done with your oil and we can move it for you. And he was like, what? And they went and they did it. And they did it for free. He offered them to get him like pizza and beer and stuff, and it was like, wow, so we can trust that whatever's unfolding is happening for us, because the other people were going to charge him like, several $100s to move the shed, and because they were spared, these people didn't contact him back. He was able to find a way that was more in alignment with what really was for our benefit. We just didn't realize it, right? So I feel like this is trusted because the spotlight, they're showing me someone on stage with a spotlight, and to give them their opportunity, and then the spotlight goes out, so they miss their opportunity. And that's what's happening here, right? We also have the 7 of water and the Ace of fire. Yeah. So that 7 of cups is them, all the different people that they're, the numbers game, and they're looking for that new passion kind of energy there. So I feel like it's like, yeah, you know what? Thank you. Thank you for showing me who you were, because it spared me. Thank you, Creator, for being a blocker, a rooster blocker, right? Thank you. You're keeping those away from me that aren't for me. So thank you. You have the 5 of fire. You got the conflicting energy here. Yeah, bumping heads. The Queen of air and the Page of air. Yeah. So the Queen of air and the Page of air, this is about, the clarity that comes in. It allows you to see things differently. It allows you to really look at what we thought is fire in the beginning, and but you're able to see it from a different perspective there. So so hopefully that makes sense. So the ultimate thing is that you were spared, because they're not someone who is, like, hey, I saw you and I really want to go out with you. They're like, you're one of my many interests, and I'm trying to get to know a lot of different people. And it's like, yeah, that's the whole thing. It starts to feel like, what is like work, right? Like we're doing background checks by dating, and instead of living our passion, and when we meet someone that's also living their passion, doing the same thing, and then a spark happens, then just a relationship grows organically from that, rather than like if we're trying to date and searching for someone, that feels like work, and then we end up finding people who lie in their resume and they don't pass the background check, and then the interviewing process sucks, and we're like, yeah, but that's what happens when we're looking and wanting or needing someone versus like, and that's what they're doing. They're going through this massive interview, and it's a job fair, this kind of energy, instead of meeting someone going, oh my God, you'd be so great at this position in my life. And I'm in a position, just, because that makes it feel like work, right? All right, let's see what else they have here for you for this fortune cookie, and we'll see what we have here for number 2 for you. Yep, alignment. I like this. It says, you're being asked to align with your current situation, even if it's not easy to do so. Trust that there is much to be learned by being here. Pushing against what is will only make things harder on you. Align, surrender, trust. I like that. So trust that what is unfolding is for me, right? So I like that for you. So that was for your first one. So we'll go on to number 2 here. Hey, Sana Ali, welcome, welcome. Thanks for being a new subscriber. It is both free and paid. So donations get first priority. We dive deeper into those. All this information's in the description box of the video too. If you click on more, you'll see talks about the entire process there. So I'll let you read that. And I see you have a question here. So All right. So thanks for being here. All right. So Sean G, for number 2, you want to know what are K's feelings now that you told him about himself, yourself, and knows that you're speaking to other people. All right. All right. All right. We got that. What else do we have here? Okay. We got that. So we do have that. And then there's 3, 2. Any of these? I think I do want that one, but those 2 underneath. Oh, okay. They evidently have a lot of thoughts. Well, this is about feelings, though. Well, I got the Ace of Water underneath. Wow, and they even have the Lover's card underneath here. And so there is this new love energy that's here. Now, on the first card that made itself known is the Dreamer, or the Fool's card in the regular tarot, which is about a new adventure. And in a way, it takes away expectations, excuse me, with this energy, because it's like there is just this, there's not, and this is what I'm hearing, is like there's not so much pressure when I know you're talking to other people. I can be me. I don't feel like it's all on me. I feel like I can truly get to know you, and there's not all these expectations of, this is who you need to be and how you need to act and blah, blah, blah. They kind of feel this freedom, interesting energy around all that, which is pretty interesting, right? All right, let's see what else comes in here with all this too. Yeah, we have the Dream, the Wish Upon a Star energy, along with the 5 of Water, which is a movement of emotion, and the Ace of Air. Here's the Clarity energy. It did change things emotionally here. But again, this Star energy, which is Aquarius energy, which is, I don't like doing things normal. I don't feel like they like doing the normal dating, normal. They like breaking free from a lot of the expectations. Very Aquarian energy. The old ways don't work. We need a new way to do stuff. So they kind of feel like, oh, good. So now I can just get to know you without feeling the pressure of expectations. Again, it just keeps kind of reiterating here. But yeah, let's see, because I feel like, that's a big piece, is like, okay, some relief, but then there's also that just a little bit of insecurity of, but what if if you meet someone that is so much more that you end up, friend zoning me. But they're kind of going back and forth with those. That's what we have here. Yep. In the 5 of Swords, the battle between the head and the heart, that makes sense here, because, the mind's going, oh, good, no expectations. The heart was like, what if they end up finding someone else? What if they're talking? And the mind's like, it's okay, it's good, no expectations. So there is a battle that is going on between their heart and their head. That's in here. And you got the 2 of Fire, the 2 of Wands. That's the back and forth energy that I was picking up on. Yeah, and they have the Queen of Fire and the 3 of Fire. So there's all this energy. It did ignite a little bit within them here, because they realize you are a queen on fire, and that this might go a different route than they had thought, but it just feels like that's what they're going back and forth in between here. This is the Queen of Fire is charming. She's on fire. She draws people in. And so there is this, on one side of it all, is that fear that you will draw someone that draws you more towards them than you two together. But the mind is at ease here. Yeah, they say the Sun card. Again, there's this independent kind of energy that they feel. This is with the Queen of Wands. They're like, you shouldn't be hidden. You should be able to shine bright, not ask permission to shine, not, shrink. You should be able to talk to other people and do whatever, and then you will decide. So I feel like there is a little bit of that energy there too from them, which is pretty cool. I feel like they're like, if it's meant to be, well, things will unfold. But if there is someone better, you deserve to be with them, and you shouldn't be like someone trying to hide the sun from anyone else. That if I can't build a friendship and a relationship with you talking to other people, then, because that's what your life is going to be like. If you guys end up together, this is the kind of mentality they have that, if you choose to be with me, I'm going to choose to be with you. We're still going to talk to other people. Doesn't mean we're going to flirt and, do things outside of what we agree together, but I'm not going to be jealous of you and mistrusting you. I'm going to trust you now that you're going to make the choices that are best. I love that kind of trust. Yeah, we have that Two of Earth, the balancing again, going back and forth, and the 10 of Pentacles, which is they know that it's going to be the right person. There's that energy of the right person to start a family and partnership with. It will unfold, but it's going to unfold in the moments, not like you have to go through all these expectations to get up to a point, and then that's when life starts. No, life starts now. The getting to know one another, the ability to talk with other people, date other people, and like you said, that there's this. We're not in the 1800s where we court. This life is different now. Again, that Aquarius energy of the new ways. We live life, and it's not about trying to live up to expectations. It's about meeting people, living life. And when you meet someone that you're just so like, wow, I love our conversations. I love the time we have together. I want to spend more of it with you. It's not about expectations, matching expectations. It's about having no expectations, and then everything is abundance, and I feel like that's kind of their approach there. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in with that too. Okay. Yeah, break free from the chains. I love that. There we go. You're being asked to break free from the tribe in order to live your authentic life. This isn't easy, but it's very necessary if you're going to share your true self with others. Be brave, be real, be you, and trust that those who love you will always be there for you. Wow, how perfect, right? All right, Sean, that's what they have for you. Hopefully that helps bring some clarity, so many blessings. Thank you again for your dual donations. I greatly appreciate those. All right. And then Diana, you are up next, ×2. So thank you so much for those. And then after that, we will jump to Moonlight. And then we'll have Alice ×3. So thank you so much, everyone, for your patience in getting to your readings. I'm greatly grateful. I'm greatly grateful. My goodness. All right. So Diana, cheers to you. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Let's take a sip before we jump into the tea. So thank you for your two popcorn emojis there. Good to see you as well. All right. So Diana, let's find questions here. There they are. So good evening. Kudos. The pressure cooker popcorn is a popping. You're hilarious. All right. Here we go. FS and CP were in odd form this past Sunday. Each time FS would walk away from CP, the energy between them seemed to get more intense. CP said some things to friends. However, what's the real reason they got into an argument on their way home? Also, what the heck happened on Tuesday? Ooh, okay. So some stuff has changed. Take a look here. And of course, we had some more people come in here too. Libya, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Arabia, hello, hello. Good to see you as well. I'm doing well. All right, so let's take a look here. Put up our force fields as we enter into their energy, right? Whoosh, whoosh. We'll be able to look at it from a train, but we don't have to be out in the energy when it comes to these two, right? All right, so you want to know here, what's the real reason they got into an argument on their way home? Okay. All right, I got those three. Got this two, this one here, this one here. Okay. All right. And then we were going to ask what else too. And then what happened on Tuesday? Okay, I do feel like these ones here, like all of that, because I felt like we moved on in the energy. Underlying energy, just for the entire reading, the first question here, we got the Two of Pentacles. And it just really stands out as the green and red and green and red and green and red. The stop and go and stop and go and stop and go and stop and go and stop and go. And it's an interesting energy that this is what traffic lights do, which is an interesting energy, right? Because it's like they're telling us this is what traffic lights do. They stop and then they go, and then it turns red and it goes. But it's funny that there's no yellow light in this scenario. It jumps from green to red and then red to green. The red to green, it's like, oh, now things are going again. But there's a lot of collisions when there's no yellow light. When there's just a red light, it goes from green to red. It's like people slam on their brakes or people don't. They run into each other. So like the source of the conflict is they both have a personality with a relationship, all or nothing. It's either together or apart. There's not like a swimming in a sea of gray. It's black or white kind of energy. So interesting. All right, so what was the real reason why they had an argument on the way home? All right, let's see what we got here. Queen of Water. Yeah, so we have the Queen of Cups, very emotionally sensitive to emotional energies. And then we have the Ace of Earth, Ace of Pentacles. Just like, normally it would be, there's this new opportunity, but it's funny. We've got the King of Fire and the Queen of Water, which is an interesting combo because the King of, when you match fire with water, you get steam. And steam can either burn you or it can be used productively, like to make a steam engine, right? And this Ace of Pentacles here. It's weird because it's like we had an opportunity to be productive, but instead we chose this. There's like this feeling of failure, and it's like what is this? We failed in front of your friends. Your friends. We failed in front of your friends. And you made me look bad in front of your friends. Energy. And so the emotionally sensitive one versus the fire one. So the emotionally, I feel like the cups one felt like you made me look bad in front of our friends. Well, it's almost like you made me look bad in front of our friends, not my friends, So it's interesting. I do feel like the argument was about how you made me look, and they both feel that way as I'm in their energies. Just one feels more emotionally like more watery instead of more fiery, if that makes sense. Like I'm more sensitive about it. Like I'll cry tears over it versus get angry over it. Like, what are people going to think about me? And like, well, remember, So if that makes sense, I feel like that's where it, kind of went into a head there. But it feels like the underlying energy is how you made me look. Maybe even the words "you embarrassed me" could have come out. All right. IBCP. So what happened on Tuesday? Hey, Rabia. Yeah, you can ask a question. Sure. I'm completing donations right now. Free readings will come a little later. I don't have a huge long list. I should get to a few of those tonight. Okay, and then it was Tuesday, right? Was that the one? Yeah, what happened Tuesday between FS and CP? So let's see what we have. The Nine of Waters, the Nine of Cups, and the Emperor energy. Ooh, so there's something going on here with so someone's dream was trampled over by the other, which the Emperor energy is like the King of Wands, the King of Fire energy. So it feels like the fiery one, it feels like made decisions that impacted my dream, and how come you get to decide that about what impacts me without asking me? Because they're in that energy of this is mine, that is yours. You stepped over the line kind of energy is what it feels like with that. Let's see what else came in here. Yeah, the Nine of Fire. So there's this barrier that went on here. There's this yeah, and this is the Nine of Wands is here is the line and you crossed over it. So it's like, do I need to put up a forest field to keep you completely out? And that's what I feel. I feel like hitting this. No means no. So that's the kind of here's my boundary. We told you not to cross that. No means no. Wow. Let's see what else comes in here. Yep. So now, the watery one is with the Three of Wands is now I'm going a different direction with this. So I feel like they still, because of Tuesday, the one whose dream was stepped on is like, well, since you did that, now I'm going to do this. And the route that they're taking with their dream, whatever, it's like, well, it was just a line in the sand, but now since you can't honor this invisible line in the sand, then I'm going to have to build real walls. It's funny. If you ever watched WKRP in Cincinnati, was an old TV show. But there was this guy, Les Nessman, and he felt he deserved an office, but they wouldn't give him one. So he did tape, and he had tape and then a place for a door. And people would try talking to him, and he wouldn't pay attention to him till they came over and knocked on the invisible door. And he said, "Come in," and then go in, and then he was able to talk to him. Well, that's what they're showing me. Well, the tape didn't work, so now I'm going to have to build real walls to keep you out of my dream, so you won't do this anymore. And so the Six of Air, there's this change of mindset, and it's interesting here because it's a change of things here is bringing change and transformation and change in the outside world as well. Very cool. Yeah. So that's what happened here. And now because of it, a little bit for tit for tat, Clarice, from Silence, they're bringing in Silence of the Lambs. Well, because you did this, now you're making me do this. And I feel like it's the action that they're taking is like, wow. It's like, yeah, I did that, but you went like, there's now it's not even regular walls, it's metal doors with an eye indicator that scans your eye and your fingerprints, and there's no windows, you can't even see my dream, kind of energy that's there. Yeah, it feels like I'm with whatever I'm creating, you won't know about my plans, you won't be involved in it. Like, I'm going to have it walled off, meaning that you'll have no authority in it. You won't be able to sign on anything. I'm going to be the owner of the dream, and you will not be included in it. Because if you can't respect me and include me before you make all these decisions, then I'm going to create something that I'm the only one that can make decisions about it. And it just feels like legally, it would be like I'm creating a separate business account that only has my name on it. If it has a credit card, it only has my access. I'm the only one that's authorized to make any decisions around it. So it's like you're forcing me to create something that you can't touch because I can't trust you to make decisions with me instead of for me, kind of energy that comes in here. Yeah, and the Lover's card made itself known here. Partners, not partners in this. This is sole proprietorship. Interesting, right? Ooh, rare. But it is that kind of. But it's like to the jugular, it's like you did the wrong thing at the wrong time, honey. Whatever was going on, it was the thing that just made him go, fine, I'm going to have to do this for me then. Interesting, right? Let's see what's on the bottom here too. Yeah, abundance. You're being asked to open to abundance, to believe that you're deserving of it, and to believe that it will flow to you. This is the first important step toward receiving it. Breathe deeply and trust that it's on its way. Wow. I really like this here. You're screaming from the rooftops. Whoop, whoop. This is them. It's saying, I deserve this. So, and I love this for them because before they kind of felt, no, I don't deserve this. But they've been growing so much inside, and it's showing, this transformation that they've been going through. So I love that. All right, that's for the first one. Let's see what number 2 is here. I'm like excited here. So a reading on FS and CP on this past Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today, and then Friday and Saturday. And what are all these arguments about? Oh, oh yeah, right. I feel like boundaries. Wow. It's like if I've been walking on eggshells, being very like dimming my light and being very I want to say submissive, but let's see what's the better word for it. Very giving, very giving. What I'm looking for is an energy where accommodating. Thank you, Spirit. I've been very accommodating and very patient and very forgiving of you walking over my boundaries. But when you walked over this boundary, that was the last straw. And now I'm reinforcing all my boundaries, which when that happens, look out, right? It's like suddenly, and it's kind of what they're showing me is like, if so a parent who has teenagers, and you tell the teenagers, if you don't take out the trash, I'm going to take away your phone. And then they don't take it out. And you're like, if you don't take out the trash, I'm going to take away your phone. You need to take out the trash. And then at the top of your lungs, finally, you need to take out the trash. And you go to grab their phone. They're like, fine, I'll go do it. And then they go put it out, right? Or they're not doing their chores. They're not doing all this stuff. And you have all these penalties, but you never penalize them. So they realize, I don't have to do it when you want me to, or exactly. But then suddenly the law drops, right? And they don't do on the first thing. And suddenly their cell phone's gone. They're like, what happened? And now it's like, you can't do that. You never did before. Right. It's like suddenly all the boundaries are being reinforced. I feel like that's where a lot of the arguments are coming from. Interesting. All right. Let's see what else we have here. So we start off on Monday, right? Yeah, Monday. So this past Monday, what happened this last Monday? All right. Thank you. And then Tuesday. I feel like we kind of know what happened Tuesday already. And then Wednesday. Okay, thank you. And today. And then tomorrow. And then Saturday. And then what are all these arguments about? Let's just get, I feel like they're going to tell us here through these, but let me just pull. Got the moon card on the bottom, which is hidden emotions floating to the surface. Full moon energy. I'm going full moon on you. It's like turning into a werewolf. What happened here, right? Yeah. We have the 8 of Swords on the bottom too, which is tired of being caged, or reinforcing the boundaries. The door's been open, now it's slammed shut, right? Very interesting. Tuesday was epic. Let's see what else. The Queen of Earth and the 6 of Fire. Yeah. So a lot of the arguments here are about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and wanting a victory. So this is about deservedness. what I deserve. I like that energy. Like I said before, it just really is. I deserve to have these things. I deserve to have my boundaries, listened to as well. So we'll take a look here. Monday. Yeah, Monday. Monday felt like a good day. Maybe they were alone with the hermit energy because we've got the Three of Cups and a 10 of Pentacles. There was a lot of joy towards the fulfillment of life. It felt like there was this bigness of life kind of energy that's here. So it felt like, but I'm alone, and I love this. I'm so happy. Look at things are unfolding. I feel like my life is abundant. Is Monday, and then we have Tuesday. Yeah, we've got the Three of Pentacles with the Three of Earth and the World card, an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. Yeah, I need to be true to my authentic self with this Three of Pentacles. I deserve, again, the blue ribbon. I don't need to share it. I deserve a win. I deserve things. And then everything else that we talked about on Tuesday already. But I feel like that is the foundation of why I feel like it, it was just like as they say, the feather that breaks the camel's back, kind of blew up. Wednesday, yeah, the Ace of Fire, the Ace of Wands. Here is this new moon energy, this new passion, this new drive, this new inspiration, this new action kind of going in here. It's like I went out and created a new LLC under a new business name that I'm the sole proprietor for. It's like, fine, I'm going to create something of my own. This is what I'm doing. I got to do this. I got to create my new brand, my new company, my new actions. But it's an ace. It feels like, especially with the World card on Tuesday being the ending of an old cycle, here's the beginning. It pushed me to start this new thing in this. The arguing feels different. It feels, instead of from a place of disempowerment and defending, it is I am standing my ground energy instead of it being the other. And I feel like the other party recognizes this. Right? It's not a cat fight. It is, a full grown tiger battling a little tiger. They're just like, oh, it's like, they're showing me like a Serengeti, and there's the big old lion that's there and the little lion cubs when they're playing, and the lion is putting up with them biting and everything, but then one bites him in a private place, in the video that I saw, and then he did not appreciate that, and of course, and and stomped on the little lion cub. His eyes are like, oh God, so sorry. That's what this feels like. That's happening here. Today's energy, yeah. Oh, it's all business today, because we've got the King of Air. The King of Swords is all about the mind, and it is, the king also has a second portion of the mind. So it's the master of the mind and the partnership of the Lovers card here. There's a lot of clarity that's being put down here, and a lot of clarity that's being decided, a lot of paperwork feeling to it, a lot of talking, but it is this, it feels like a splitting of partnership energy, because it's like it's mirrored here, but it feels separate. That's coming in here. And I don't feel like, it's like, again, this energy of I need to pocket things away. And I need this for me. You can do whatever you want with that, but this is what I get, because I know they're not married, right? So it's not like a divorce, but it feels like, and it doesn't feel like it's like they're keeping this, whatever they're jointly doing, it feels like, but I'm going to do that. You can go do this other thing. I don't want anything to do with. This is ours, but you can go do that. I don't want anything to do with that, but I also don't want you to have anything to do with this, if that makes, kind of energy that's coming in here. So, it's like I'm doing the paperwork on my stuff, and that's the kind of talking is what I'm feeling here. Tomorrow's energy, we have the High Priestess, which is a lot of both stepping away, seeing things from a higher perspective, and seeing things differently. Not differently. Well, from a higher perspective, but big picture, stepping away, regathering, formulating. And it's funny that, they've got the paperwork and that new moon energy. So this, again, it's like hermit energy, but it's stepping back to do my own thing. You step back to do your own thing. So I feel like they've gone to their own corners. Ding, ding, the battle is over. It's break time. We need to go back to our separate corners to, in between bells, And then Saturday, we do the 8 of fire, 8 of wands. So busy bee, work, 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 work. Just feels like there's a lot of igniting of I'm doing my thing, and so I'm excited about it, so I'm doing extra work, and I'm spending time just being a busy bee, and then they're left to do whatever they want to do, kind of energy that's coming in here. But there is the clarity of putting my foot down, and but I feel like it's a big shocking experience for the one that was like, oh, I thought because I could just do what I wanted, because you always let me do it before. And it's like, well, things are different now. It's like an electric fence. They're showing me that it says electric fence on it, but the power is turned off on the fence. So you learn not to worry about the fence because it's not doesn't have charge going through it. But one day, right, and then they get shocked. Very interesting. All right, let's see what the fortune cookie is for this overall. What else do we need to know? Just overall for the week. What can we know? Yep, it's time to lighten up. You're being asked to remember that life doesn't always have to be so serious. Yes, there are hard things happening. No, it's not always easy to be here on Earth, but you can always find time to laugh, be silly, and have fun. It's so important that you do so. I like that. And I feel like that's kind of where both of them are getting. I feel one more than the other of I'm tired of arguing. I'm tired of conflict. It's time to have fun and enjoy life, kind of energy. Tired of being so serious all the time. All right. So that is what they have for those. And then, of course, we'll circle back for your other two here in a momentito. I just have Well, I have Moonlight and then Alice times 3, and then we'll come back to your 2. And then we have Guerrera. Hello, Guerrera. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Oh, great. Your ex was there. Oh, that was, sounds like a blast. All right. Okay. Hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up that you're giving the stream. It does help spread the Zen love, so I appreciate that. Shuffle this up. I'm gonna cleanse away some of that argumentative energy. Like, let me take a. I'm gonna take a sip of cleansing lemon water. That's not that bad. I'm sure you did. We'll definitely check in that for you, Guerra. All right. So let's jump back in here. Just let everyone know if you're waiting for a free reading. Yeah, probably. I will definitely get to some this evening. I always around 2.5 hours in, which I do have a few readings. That's what, about 40 minutes away. I'll probably end up taking a little break here away from donations complete, about 30 minutes of free readings, then I'll get back to donations. So I'll get to those here soon. If you need to go somewhere, just know that when I complete a stream, I do keep track of timestamps, and I pin a comment listing the all the readings with timestamps. So you can just click on it and it'll take you right to your reading. You don't need to apologize, Dad. That was more of a joke. I've worked in call centers, so I learned to be able to have a little bubble around so I don't pick up everyone's energies. And so when I do readings, I tap into the energies. But like I said, it's like a train. I kind of just look at it, or like watching a movie. We can get our emotions can get involved in it, but then it's like, it's just a movie. It's just a movie. So we're good. All right. Yeah, absolutely. You may wander away. I will not ever be offended. All right. So Moonlight, let's see how we'll do Moonlight now. So I did the same thing with your earlier one. Now you're 1 hour, 53 minutes. So let's put that here. Here's both of your time stamps there, Moonlight. So thank you for your additional donation and your boom, boom, boom sticker. So love and money for the next 3 to 4 weeks, please. All right, let's take a look here. So love, what do we got here for love? Well, this one here, leading to there, which leads you into the money for the next 3 to 4 weeks too. I want this one underline here. Excuse me. All right. So do have your overall energy is the 4 of Wands. Didn't you get this in your last one? Which is about joy. Joy, 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 joy. Focus on joy, joy, joy. Seems to be the message, because you got the 4 of Wands for your first reading, because that was the last card. And so I feel like that's an overall kind of energy of, whatever we focus on is what draws in. So joy, joy, joy seems to be the energy. It's like I'm hearing the old Christmas carol about joy to the world. It's like joy to the world, joy, joy, joy. So there you go. Love. 3 to 4 next 4 to 3 to 4 weeks. So we have the Knight of Water, which is the Knight of Cups. You might have to kiss a frog. We'll see if it turns into a prince or not, but there is this energy here. Let's see what this is about, because that is movement of romance. Underneath all that, we do have the Devil card with the 2 of Water. Yeah, there's a little bit of letting go of some long held beliefs and expectations around the lovebirds here with the Two of Cups. So there is this, quest of self love with the Knight of Cups. But yeah, what is all this lessons energy you're getting, right? That's what you got in your first one, too, around that it's an adventure, it's a quest here around self love. But I feel like this, you know, this, what someone says, yeah, really, I am a prince. If you kiss me, I'll turn into, even though I'm a frog, I'll turn into a prince. I just have a spell cast on me. And you're like you said earlier, do you think I'm stupid? You know how many frogs have said that? Tell you what, give me your proof of birth as a prince. I'll think about it. Because you do have the Six of Air, which is about, look at their shocked look too. There's like this little energy, all this new moon energy that's coming up on all these cards. Oh, I guess it's because it's part of the deck. But they, with all of this energy of the devil and the Six of Swords, this is an energy about a change of mindset and more of a stepping stone kind of movement of romance. So I don't feel like it's someone that will be long in your life, but I feel like it's someone that comes through it. And the reason, um, they're showing me like this, you deny them the port here. Oh, is there a cage back there? They escaped the cage. You're like, bye. I never saw that before. But there's this, because of your change of mindsets and where you're at with boundaries and everything too. With this Knight of Cups, it's like the frog in a little ship is going, hey, can I come park in your port for a little bit? And you're like, no, you can anchor out there and you can come in your little, rowboat, but you're not bringing that big ship in here until I know who you are. So you can come to shore to talk, but you're not bringing that ship into my harbor. You can keep it out there. And I feel like you're like, no, you can just keep moving on, kind of energy. And I'm very proud of you for all this that you're confronting and standing up for yourself and going, you know what? I'm not going to settle. I'm going to choose for me. And I love that for you. Finances over the next 3 to 4 weeks. Well, you have the Knight of Water, and you had this one too with the Knight of Pentacles. You had that in your first reading too. The slowest moving knight, the quest for my worth, right? You have the quest of the heart. Now you have the quest of your worth for your love reading. That can't make it up. It's exactly what it is. You're really in the depths of your quest and understanding your adventure here. Let's see what's coming in here for you. Yeah, you know, the Five of Air. Here's the conflicting energy and letting go of expectations and this new dream, this new freedom, a new time of possibilities that come in here. What brings this? You have the Justice card, the balancing energy here. Seeing things differently in your mindset allows your finances to balance out. Underlying energy of all this is the Six of Wands. So this is a victory energy. There's this flow energy. But I do feel like here it is about, changing that mindset from the need, the want, the beliefs we have around finances and what they should be, what they're supposed to be. I feel like a couple of these cards came out in your first reading around that situation, but I feel like you are able to get past this conflict and you're able to release this and look at life as full of more possibilities instead of limitations. I feel like this is what you're learning over this 3 to 4 weeks, is to set yourself free, both in love and in money, really, with all the energies that were coming in. And I mean, you got all this joy, 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 and victory energy coming in here that I feel like when we look at things differently and look at it from a different place, that we're able to transform things and flow through things. And I feel like at the end of the 3 to 4 weeks that you're seeing the bounty of self-love and the bounty of self-worth, to where you're not like defining yourself by the outside world. You're finding your worth in here, and then because you're finding it in here, it's being reflected in the outside world. It's drawing things to you. It's interesting. And you're going to find just gifts that are available to you, both in true friendships, true abundance that comes out there. There's, I heard it's about this time of the night, and I hear the black lab upstairs. She's running around because the raccoons are coming, or the cats. It's the cats or the raccoons. My host puts out cat food. And so there's a variety of cats that come and eat, but there's also raccoons that come to eat. And that's the bounty that they're showing me. The raccoons like, oh, look, there's food. Look at this bounty. Unexpected bounty kind of energy that comes in. Yeah. Then you got your little, here's your protect yourself energy, which says you're being asked to protect yourself and your energy. What are you focusing on, right? It's okay to want to give to others, which you do effortlessly. It's important, though, that you set healthy boundaries with your energy before doing so. Boom, confirmation for you. Now is the time to get some protection in place. So there you go, reinforcing your boundaries, which you already been doing. Like, so that's what a great confirmation for you. All right, so that's what they have for you, Moonlight. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. Sleep well there on the other side of the world, or if it's morning, good morning to you. Enjoy your day. So I throw cards all over the place. All right, let's take a quick sip here. All right, we have Alice. You are up for ×3. Thank you so much for your multiple donations. There we go. All right. So first up, we have the sunglass emoji. So thank you for that. Good to see you as well. You want to know RJ's thoughts and feelings about you. All right, let's take a look here. So what's going on in the world of RJ's? Mind and heart. We'll shuffle here as we step into RJ's energy. So, of course, so just a reminder that anyone's thoughts and emotions are so much about them and what they see in the mirror reflection. Little to do with us, more about the lens through which they see everything. So we always take it with a little grain of salt, right? So it'll tell us a lot about how they feel about themselves, more so, right? So we've got their thoughts, got their emotions, and then below the surface, but they may not even be aware of. All right. Overall, you do have the 7 of fire, the 7 of wands energy, which does tell us here, you know, they are very much an individual like the chameleon. Which is an interesting kind of contradiction, because the chameleon stood out, which is someone that will change to fit in with different places, but it's an energy of being true to themselves and not wanting to dim their light, not wanting to ask permission to shine, but not to defend who they are, but to be themselves. And if someone doesn't like it, tough kind of energy. It's like, I'll be a chameleon to an extent, but then also, but I'm not gonna, I'll appear to be what you want, but I'm not gonna be that, if that makes sense. So it's like, I have many masks I can put on, but how I act and who I am is going to be what I want, not the mask that I'm wearing, right? So I can put on a mime mask, but I'm going to talk and I'm not going to stay quiet. It's like, what? So that's interesting. Energies coming in there. All right. So what are their thoughts about you? We have the Knight of Fire. So there is that attraction energy, the passion energy, the Page of Fire. So there is that energetic and physical attraction energy, that the passion energy. We believe we've talked about them before, that they can't, because they don't have a whole lot of self-love, they can't give a whole lot of emotion. So they tend to give motion rather than emotion, right? So that's the kind of what their thoughts are. I'm really attracted to your energy and the physicalness, and I like that. I like intimacy and attention, that passionate attention. And then we have the Page of Air too, which is, I feel like they enjoy the conversations, they enjoy the communication that you give, but I'm also feeling like they don't respond as much, and they are not as active. This is what they like about you, is that you communicate with them, and they like your guys's, the talking and the stuff that you guys do as well. But I feel like they don't feel like they're on the same level. Um, that I can't give you the communication that you want with this Page of Air. And I do feel like that is the amount of communication, but also the depth of communication, that it be from the heart instead of from the other brain, the two brains, if you know what I mean. Chick, 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 wink, wink. All right. Let's see what's in their heart. So we do have the Strength card and the Six of Cups here. Mother Goose energy. It's interesting here. Just the emotional energy. You get a Leo fire energy that comes in here. And then the Six of Cups it's more past life emotional connection. And but I feel like their heart is more like, I think I even showed this before. It's like, this is how much they're able to give, from their heart. This is how much water energy they can give, because they don't have a whole lot for themselves. I do feel like it has to do with mother going back here, and that they didn't get a whole lot. And so they don't know how to give that. They just knew to give through actions, but not emotion. So it's like their heart is a bit rerouted through passion, and that, not through heartfelt energies. And that's, I feel like, where they feel their heart is at. Now, below the surface, this is what these other two cards, or these two sets of cards, are more about where the emotions are at, where I don't even know if they're aware of these emotions that are down here. Yeah, we do have look at the polar bear, a little cold. Well, this is the Hierophant. It's called Unity here, but this is about seeing things from a higher perspective. And it's like their heart is here wanting to change the way that things are expressed. It doesn't like being bypassed. It's like, why did you close, my gates so people can't come through here? You rerouted them through the passion place. I want to be able to be heard. Why am I kept out of, the mind is there, the passion's there, but the heart is like, what did I do? Kind of energy. Yeah. Because there's so many emotions with the Seven of Cups here that wants to be expressed here. The dream come true is to let the waters flow instead of keeping them pinned up. So underneath the surface, that's what they long for, to be able to do that, but they just don't have the capacity to do that right now. And the energy I pick up isn't like they're not doing therapy or internal work. They're more focused on the outside world right now. So I don't see that changing anytime soon, if at all. But so you have to be aware of that, right? Let's see what the energy is that comes in here for your fortune cookie around them. Yeah, they enjoy the comfort. I like the little sleeping, the little shades. How can you bring more comfort into your life? You can increase your comfort through tangible things, such as soft clothes and food, and intangible things, such as thinking loving thoughts about yourself and inviting peace into your heart. That's the kind of thing, the comfort, they do like the comfort from you that they get, very nurturing, but they're not able to give that back. In fact, that first part about seeking the senses is more so how I feel like they approach it there. So that's for number one there, Alice. So thank you again for that donation. And then you've got the drooling, the drooling emoji. So thank you for the second one too. You want to know, why is he taking so long to respond about meeting for coffee to give your stuff back? When will he respond? How does he think the meeting will go? All right. Alrighty, let's shuffle these. Let's see what's going on here. So why is he taking so long to respond about meeting for the coffee? Don't do any of those. Well, why? Okay. And then for the when, we'll go to this Learning Tarot, which has days. So based on current energies, thank you. And then how does he, based on current energies, what is he thinking? How does he think the meeting will go? I feel like this is, again, below the surface that he might not even know about. All right. So what's the holdup? Why is he taking so long to respond? Yeah, the Three of Water, the Three of Cups, joy, joy, joy. The Eight of Earth, the Queen of Water. Yeah. Again, they like this emotional energy and the work that they put in. It's, there's this, they enjoy what you offer, and it feels like I feel like here there's going to be a death card over here. Like, what do they feel? Like an ending and beginning energy, because they feel like I feel like they're holding off because they're like, I am going to lose in this interaction because, I was able to receive before, but now I feel like I'm going to lose, but I don't want to lose it. It's like, I don't want to lose my resources. They have different people. They get emotional, mental, physical, energetic kind of donations from, and they don't want to lose a donor in a way, which is sad, right? But I feel like that's what's holding it back, is this sense of I don't want to lose this joy I've been putting in work. I want to get the reward before, I before I lose this, right? So when based on current energy, January 21st, if I were anything, here's the full card though. This is the ending and the beginning energy. It's like, but this feels more like they're replacing, doing like October 21st through November 19th. Because they're putting that period, but they're replacing the months with the current month. This 21st is next Tuesday. because wasn't it going to be next Tuesday? But it might be delayed. But they're figuring next Tuesday through November 19th is when they are thinking that somewhere in between there is their intention. How does he think the meeting will go? We got the 5 of air, the 6. Yeah, they're like, it's either going to go really good or really bad. They're like, I don't think there's going to be a middle ground because the 6 of wands, a 6 of fire is about victory. And the 5 of air, the 5 of swords is conflict, right? The battling back and forth over something. So I feel like they're not sure. They're like, this can go really good or really bad. And I feel like it's the uncertainty that's holding them back here of, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off to try to kind of hold on to you as a resource, kind of energy. Below the surface, how do they feel it will go? Yeah, I feel like they know that you have this courage, this inner strength. And the 9 of fire is this 9 of wands energy, which is your forest field. They're like, I don't know. Underneath, yeah. And the 4 of fire, the 4 of wands, there's this joy energy, this I don't know what this celebration is, but it's like a joyful celebration, a joyful gathering is something underneath the surface here too. And it feels like on one hand, they know underneath the surface that they're not going to be able to make you do anything that you don't want to do. But also they have this desire, like otters, I want to be able to still have fun. I still want that. What can I do to, to keep that kind of energy that's there? So I don't feel it. That feels very double-minded or torn between, very conflicted between their head and their heart there, that it doesn't feel like they know what to expect. Because, like I said, they're like, it's either going to go really good or really bad. There's nothing in between. Because he doesn't feel like there's a win-win. I either win or I lose. There's no that's what the way I feel like they're feeling. There can be compromise maybe, but for you, yeah, I feel like it's they're like, if a compromise comes from you, it equals a lose for you. And this is what, there's this little card thing here. I love this because this is you, them, blockages, advice, and outcomes. It's actually a reading. It's like one of the suggested readings. I leave these cards in because it's telling you, what are the blockages? What advice does Spirit have for you, right? And it is that it's like knowing that they can't bring to you what you are wanting. They're not able to give you that connection. They're not able to give you that. It's like if you were to compromise with them and go, well, if you give me my stuff back, we can still hang out. That would be a lose for you from your heart standpoint, because they're not going to change. And that's the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing, expecting a different result. It's like, well, if I can have my stuff back, we can hang out. And then you're like, you keep putting them off and keep putting them off to meet with them, right? Oh, I can't that time. No, I can't that time. And they're like, oh, you tricked me. How does it feel, buddy? Anyway, hopefully that helps, Alice. Right. And then for number 3, this is for the black kitty. Is your friend, sorry, it's all squished together on my screen. Naren's new boyfriend, your ex Harris? Uh-oh. Are they dating or do they know each other? Oh, oh, oh. Dun, 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 dun. If it is that going to be your ex-friend, Naren? It reminds me of there was one of the I saw a little tidbit. I don't watch a lot of reality TV. None of it actually. Life is real enough, right? But there was this one where it was one of those where they have a group of women that are actually, I think in this one, it seemed like there was a group of women and a group of men. They all were living in houses next to each other, and they were, figuring out who they were going to end up with, kind of energy. And the interview was this girl, and they were like, "So, are you shocked that so and so stole your boyfriend or stole your man?" Is what they said, and she was like, "First of all, she did not steal my man. She took my problem away." And everyone's like, "Oh, we need a t-shirt for that." So if someone, like steals someone and like, "No, they don't steal that. You just took my problem away from me. Thank you. That's your problem now." Anyway, so I thought that was, they're just bringing that back. They tapped that memory there. All right. So let's take a look here. Is your friend's N's new boyfriend, is that your ex, Harris? Okay, thank you. Are they dating? Do they know each other, right? All right, let's take a look here. So is that we got the Two of Wands here, Two of Fire. This is an interesting energy because the bottom of the deck, you even have the Butterfly awakening, the hanging upside down, the Hanged Man. I was like, hello, because it's the giraffe here. But there's this awakening, seeing someone differently from a different perspective here. Let's see here. Are they dating? Dreamer, Page of Water. This doesn't feel like it's them, because we've got the Page of Water, which is a new love, and the Dreamer card is a new adventure, a zero. So it's it doesn't feel like this. I feel like this energy is, especially this Hangman, that they knew through you who Harris is, and they're like, I'm not going to be with this Two of Wands, or like, I have a choice. I feel like, though, I do feel like Harris did hit on them, because this Two of Fire is the power of choice, and they chose, no, I have this new person in my life, which is the Page of Cups energy. So I feel like, and we'll find out more here, do Harris and your friend Aaron, do they know each other? I feel like they do, or at least they were hit on by Harris, and they said no. Because I feel like they kind of flirted with him and did that while they were with you. They were flirted too. Naren didn't flirt with them, but they were flirted too, and they were just like, no, whatever. And I feel like it was toward the end, and then they didn't feel like you needed to know. I don't feel like it was extreme or anything anyway. But then after you broke up, they did hit on them strongly, and they were just like, whatever, no. But it just didn't feel comfortable bringing it up to you, because they're like, you didn't need to know that. They just felt uncomfortable with it. That's why they didn't share it. Again, do they know Harris here? Yeah, King of Fire. the King of Wands, the King of Fires, out wandering around throughout the entire jungle. So I feel like a lot of people know them, but it is someone who's seen. So I do feel like they do know them. But what else do we want to know here? Yeah. And that kind of confirms it. The Page of Fire is that passion, energy, and the Nine of Swords is the nightmare and insomnia card, the fear. But I feel like it's more the knowledge that she was like, I know all the stories, like whatever you had told them. If you talk to them at all about them, I feel like they're like, I don't care what you say, meaning Harris, because like I know people who know you, and I feel like they know other people that know Harris too, and so were aware that they're a lion who looks for a pride of lionesses, or whatever. That they're not. It's like I'm not going to be one of a crowd. No, especially when they met someone this, other person that feels like full of possibilities. So it doesn't feel like it's them. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Anything else you need to know? Nope, none of those. Okay. What else can we know? Thank you. Yeah. Release. Let it go. You're being asked to release any toxic people or situations from your life. You deserve to be free of all drama, and this is the first step to achieving that. Yeah, I like that. Just realize that, with these different people, that thank you for I'm releasing these toxic situations because they're showing me what I want to see about myself and they've done their job. Goodbye. I don't need you anymore. Thank you. See you later. So hopefully that helps, Alice. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. So we are at just close to 2.5 hours. So what I'm going to do here, I have Diana. We have 2 more for you, and then Guerrera, and then Maria P. Hello, hello, for your donations. But I'm going to step off and do complete about, I might get through all the readings, or at least 30 minutes of them here. And let me just grab them real quick for the free readings. And then I'll return back for the donations. All right. Okay. Let's see, so I do have Christina Lowe's and Mika Kanateshi, Brenda, Marissa. Okay, that was up there. Just want to make sure I didn't skip over anyone. So Marissa Smith, I got you. And then Simran, we got yours. Kathleen Hughes, hello, hello. If I didn't say hello to you, I don't think I saw you. And so we did that one. We did that one. We did that one. We did that one. And then Sean G, your free question. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So I'm just going to make sure I'm not skipping over anyone here. I like to collect them, and then it just makes it easier so I don't lose my place going up and down on the screen. Okay. We did that. Whoa. Okay. Suddenly caught up. All right, there it goes. And then Sana Ali, whoops. Try that again. Mouse went wild. There we go. All right, and then Livia Vagata, we have yours here. Whoops. those follow-up ones. Those are those. And then we got Maria, general for you. Might get your free reading again before your donation. And then Happy Pill. All right. And then I think I saw here, let me just make sure. So Rabia, if you're here, you asked if you could ask a question, but I don't see a question. So if you're here, pop it down below. All right. Right. And of course, free readings go a little faster because they're just 1 to 2 cards. So we'll start in on those here in a second. Just refresh the energies. We only got, what is that, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 12. So we should be able to get through all those. All right. So Christina Lowe, you are up. I love it. So congratulations. You have your newest little grandchild coming into the world here by, if you didn't hear it earlier, I pulled cards earlier and I got the full card and another new birth card. So I do feel like they are coming this evening, it feels like, with that energy. But you wanted to know just the general energy around the energy here. All right. Well, you got 4 cards that came through, but you got the Ace of Water, Ace of Cups. That's a new love entering here. You got the 10 of Pentacles, which is all about the birth of the babies, baby, right? But it's the fullness of, here comes the litter. Did you know there were going to be more than one? but there is this energy like, no, there's just one, right? But this fullness of life, it's one of the most beneficial cards that are coming here. Yeah, and this Page of Water, Page of Cups. You got both the Ace and the Page of Cups. So an abundance of love, and it just takes love to a whole new level that's coming in here. And the Six of Swords, the escaping the cage, letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from a different perspective here too. It's interesting energy because I feel like this experience is going to be different from you because you've changed since the last birth of your last grandchild. I feel like you approach it with less expectations and more being in the moment. So I love this for you. It does feel very beneficial, very abundant. I don't know. I don't have any, of course, I'm not a licensed medical professional or anything. I don't see anything of concern at all here. Just abundance, fullness, love flowing from very high levels that coming in here. In fact, I feel like you're going to just feel this love energy from them because it does feel like someone with higher vibration. So I love that for you. So congratulations, Christina. Much, much love for you. All right. And then Mika Khan, you are up. Here is your timestamp. And how can you activate 12S DNA? All right, let's take a look here. I am so grateful. I do not know what that is, but Spirit does. So we'll that's what's wonderful. When people ask something, I have no idea. My human brain is like, what is that? Spirit knows it all here. All right. Yeah, the Three of Water, the Three of Cups energy here. It's an amazing, that's joy energy. It's higher vibration energy. And it makes total sense because your spirit team, which is the Three of Cups, can help break through barriers. The Nine of Fire, the Nine of Wands, energy that comes in with this. It is about something that's been blocking. And if you're wanting to activate something, the more we focus on joy and gratitude for what we do have, then that allows more and higher stuff to come in, allows us to move past this barrier here. the Nine of Wands energy, you can think of it as like walking down a canyon, and there's these 9 big, staves that we can't get over. We can't climb up the walls. The only way is like backwards, or we recognize that it's our power with this 9 of Wands, that one of those magic wands is ours. It's glowing. If we reach out and step into our power of our energy, then we can slip through something that's been blocking us before. And this energy, what it means by that is whatever I focus on grows and expands. So if I feel like I'm lacking in something, or I'm needing something that I don't have, or I fear anything, that actually pushes what I'm seeking away. But when I sit in the now in gratitude for what is and what I have had, then that opens the gate and the force field to allow those things to come in. So on one hand, my energy can push against or invite in any changes in DNA. But the Three of Cups is your spiritual posse on the other side, which you can ask them, if this is for my highest experience here, am I able, if it's something that I haven't told them, no, please don't do this because I don't want to experience that in this lifetime. We give them a handful of things. Don't do that, this or this or this, even if I ask, because that will not bring me the experience I want as a soul. We're like, all right. And so they don't. There's a little bit of areas that are like, no, I can't help you with that. But there's all this other area that they can. And so you can ask them for clarity, ask them to assist you in activating that DNA within your body, and any information that you need to know. Because sometimes if we're changing DNA within our bodies, it can impact things that we don't realize. And so we want to ask them for clarity. Show me, is this for me? Anything I need to know? Anything I need to do to prepare for that change? And they will bring that for you. So hopefully that makes sense to you, Mika. But that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Ateshi Singh, you are up. Oops. My goodness. If I could type, we'd be a lot more successful. There we go. You want to know what is HL's current energy towards you? Does he think that you feel a certain way? All right, let's take a look here. So what is this current energy towards you? And does he think you feel a certain way? You feel like one day he's super chatty with you, and the next day he will be chatty with everyone but you. Interesting. The Three of Fire, the Three of Wands. His current energy, it's like, it's about going a different direction than they thought it would go, with new information, kind of taking a different route. So does he think you feel a certain way? These all 3 cards all came out. You got the Two of Water, the Two of Cups, which is relationship, lovebird energy. We also had the Seven of Cups, a lot of different emotions, and the Chariot, which is Cancer Moon energy, a lot of hidden emotion with Mother Moon, but the power of choice that comes in here. And I feel like they feel like you have a lot of hidden emotion that you haven't shown here. And I feel like this is a great mirror for them, because I feel like they feel you go back and forth in, you act a certain way one day and then you act a certain way a different day, and they're unsure, because inside of them they're going back and forth. So they see you going back and forth, but it is actually true in this case, because I feel like you go back and forth on the inside, so you see them going back and forth as well. Because there is this power of choice that's going back and forth inside, where some days you think they're awesome, and other days you don't. And that's human, right? That's what happens. That's why when we define ourselves by other people's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, why we feel so unstable, because people are human. If I'm not feeling good, I think differently of people than when I'm feeling great. If I'm feeling great or feeling bad, I think I said the same thing twice. But if I'm feeling great, wow. If I'm feeling sick, we're grouchy and we think of people differently, not as like amazing. We're just like, you're there and I need to be alone so I can feel better about my sickness. But it's interesting. I feel like overall that they're not sure of how they feel and they're not sure how you feel. And I feel like they feel like they're getting mixed messages that are coming in. But I feel overall that there's a lot of emotion that you're not sharing. And they're like, why are you hiding it? But it just feels very back and forth in both of you guys. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I would say just, if we like someone, share it. And if they don't like us, then fine, right? But I know we're afraid, what will everyone else think? And what if this, what if that? If people are going to be that way, then we need a new group of friends or we need to hang around different people. But if it's like, if we like somebody, we can show it. And if we don't get reciprocated, then we go, thank you. You're telling me this isn't mutual and I'm not going to chase. I'm going to chase my own heart, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit, Ateshi. That's what they have. So many blessings to you. Right? Brenda Globy, you are up. Kate's and AS's connections energy. All right, what's going on with their connection energy here? Okay. This one and this one. All right. Feel like, there is this lover's draw between them two here, but the King of Wands energy is this energy. I mean, the lover's card is an emotional connection, but the King of Wands is like, I feel like they're kind of both in this place of trying to decide, what do I want? I don't know what I want. But when did I do? Then I'll put a plan together and I'll take action. But it just kind of feels like there's this trying to know it. They definitely have this emotional connection and this draw together. But what does that look like? Where is it going? What's happening is still under review independently from each other because they both don't know what they want. And they're trying to decide. But it's interesting because I feel like the energy here is how I feel and what decisions I'm going to make are dependent on how do they feel. If they feel this way, then I will. But if they don't feel this way, then I won't. And they both feel this way. They both have their decisions based on the other person's decision, which is a catch-22. If you never decide, then I never decide. Well, if you never decide, then I never decide, right? And that's why they're both waiting on the other person's actions, responses, reactions, or whatever to determine how I feel, instead of just going, I feel this way, and and that's always, and like we were just saying, right, earlier too, with Brenda's reading about the other individuals. And this is Brenda's, not Brenda's, Ateshi's, right before I was looking right at your name. If we don't just speak up and talk about how we feel because we're afraid, then 20 years later, we bump into them and go, I had the biggest crush on you. Oh my God, I had the biggest crush on you. And oh, I wanted you to do this. I wanted you to do this. Oh my gosh, look at all the time or the opportunity we missed, because we're afraid. So I feel like it's an important energy just to be aware of, if that helps. All right. So that's what they have for you, Brenda. Many blessings. Right. Marissa Smith, you are up. Hello, hello. You want to know oops. Let me grab your timestamp here. Falling down on the job. So does Marquise have romantic feelings for you? Okay, thank you. What else? Anything else? Okay, thank you. All right. We've got the Tower card here and the Chariot card. So we've got life experience and the Chariot. This is an energy of like the cuckoo bird. Yeah, they do all the nights. The Chariot card represents like all 4 nights. So there's emotion, thinking, fire, passion, and all of them thinking, and earth and grounding, physicalness, right? So all of them are represented in the Chariot card. They have the whole stable full of all the 4 nights. So there is action, all those areas in them. But because of this Tower card, they're afraid to commit to one person because they fear that when they love somebody, they lose them. So they don't keep all of their eggs in one basket. Like they have romantic feelings for you, but they also have romantic feelings for others. And so you're not the only one, but they don't like to have just one person because then they're afraid to lose them. If they have multiple, then they're like, I can lose an egg and it won't destroy me because I've got all these other baskets with an egg in it too, if that makes sense. So they do have romantic feelings, but not a desire for a committed relationship because of that fear that they have inside of them. So hopefully that helps, Marissa. That's what they have for you. All right. And then Simran Preet, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. So Simran, a general reading. All right, let's see what we got here. So you got the Strength card and the Page of Fire. A lot of fire energy. Got Leo energy behind the Strength card. And the Page of Fire, Page of Wands. Again, heightened energy, heightened passion. Really, there's this call of action here, like to step forward, to lead, not to follow, not to kind of just blindly go by other people's opinions or their desires, but to go, what is it that I want? And then I'm going to take action behind what I want here. It's almost like this combination of like a King of Wands energy here, the King of the Jungle. I get to determine my life. Yeah, thank everyone for your opinion, your ideas, but in the end, I get to be the decision maker. What do I want? And I'm going to follow my passion, my heart, not the supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's of everything in the head, but in the what the heart says. Where's your heart drawing you? Where's your passion drawing you? What excites you? It's time to step forward with that energy and time to take action. There's no wrong choice. Just where's my heart leading me right now? Not where's it leading me for the rest of my life, but just for right now. And just take one little action, one little step, and then another little step and another little action. Don't look at the journey of like 10,000 steps. Just look at the next step and take that. And then take the next step. And because it's all those steps that is like, oh God, that keeps us from taking the one step. When we just focus on the very next thing, then you can get places, is what I feel like your message is. All right. So many blessings to you, Simran. All right. We got Kathleen Hughes up. Here is yours. So will you be able to move back to the north side soon? To a place of your preferences. All right, so based on current energies, is there movement to the north side? To your place of preference, too. All right, so first of all, to the north side, got the Five of Fire, the Five of Wands. There's a little bit of conflict here in the energy. Fire is possibilities, but there's some blocks to it right now. And what that means is if I'm focusing on want and need, then that's what's pushing it further away. If you just change the energy a little bit and around, what do you love about where you live now? What do you love about where you have lived? Especially back to the north side, sounds like you've lived there before. So you can go, you know what I loved and I'm so grateful for the north side when I lived there is this and this and this and this. What I love about where I live now and where I have lived, if you've lived other places too, is this and this and this. Then the creator is like, they hear our wish list of all the stuff we love, they'll bring us that, right? It's like going into a donut shop and pointing out all the donuts I hate, then I'm going to get more a whole box of donuts I hate. But if I point out all the things I love about where I am at and where I have been, or the north side, right, I get a dozen of that donut. So the change and the alteration of energy can help bring it in. You do have the high priestess here when we're asking about a place of your preferences. I feel like there's this energy here of questioning your preferences, like stepping away from this desire, this need, this want, because of course that pushes it all away, right? So we step into gratitude, we step back and we go, okay, what is it that I truly love? And does that have to be the north side? You know, this paper here, it's like making a list of everything I love, a gratitude list of everything that I've loved, of where I have lived and where I do live. And I just feel like putting it in physical writing allows us to, you know, create this list of preferences. And we really get a lot of clarity around that. And when I have gratitude around it instead of want or need, because that's lack energy, when I have gratitude around it and I can picture when I had it before and how it felt, and then I speak it and I write it, I'm bringing it all into all these energies that allows things to come in. So I do feel here, and I don't know if you lived by yourself, the high priestess is someone who goes away by themselves to a temple too. So if that is what you're looking for, then that would also be validated with that card. But I definitely feel it's possible. The soonest would be, they're not giving many dates, but is dependent upon how fast you change your energy to gratitude, and less around need and want energy. That helps bring it in for you. So hopefully that helps, Kathleen. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Sean G, you are up for your free reading. Thank you for your donations earlier. Whoops. Your free question is, how will your paperwork work out tomorrow? Will you get everything done and everything you need? All right. So based on current energies, okay, boom, boom. So you've got the life experience. That's the Tower card and the Ace of Air. Yeah. It's Ace of Air, Ace of Swords is a great energy. It counteracts any kind of conflicting energy of the Tower that would come in here, because this is obstacles are being moved out of your way to make space for the things that are more in alignment with where your soul wants to go, and it's clearing the pathway. The Ace of Swords is about communication and paperwork energy. So I do feel the Ace just makes any reading like an abundant freshness. It's a gift from the universe. So it does feel very well here. It feels like there's going to be some things, some obstacles move it out of the way that makes it just go really smooth. So I like that for you. Easy breezy, short and easy on that one there. Just very positive energies. Yeah, I don't have anything else of concern or anything coming up there either. So I like that for you, Sean. Yay. All right, many blessings to you. All right, Sana Ali, you are up. Whoops. Let's get that here. All right, what is coming towards you in your love life? All right, we'll take a look here. So just step out of this over here. All right, so what is coming towards you in your love life based on your current energies? Thank you. Nope, none of those. Let's reshuffle these up here. A lot of energy in the cards. Let's balance them out. Cleanse them a little. All right. So what is coming towards you in your love life? We'll take 3 of these here for you. All right. Well, okay. So you do have 2 options that are coming forward here for you because you have the 2 of Earth. So you're going to have a green and a red. We'll call them opportunities that come up here for you. One of them, with the 7 of Swords, is someone who's a bit deceptive, someone who you will sense and see the red flags, because I feel like that's what this red ball of yarn is. You see it, and you're like, something, it looks good on paper, which is what the 7 of Swords is, right? It's you're meeting the expectations, but my gut is going, whoop, warning, warning, stranger danger, right? And then the other one, green, your heart is going green, right? And that you have the King of Wands here that's coming in here, which I feel is this red. The red one is really standing out here. And then there's someone, the green one is someone who doesn't really match your expectations, but your heart is going, yeah, that's where I want to go check out. Go spend time with them. And this other one, the red light's going off, even though this is your type. This is what has drawn you before, like your passions, you know, because the King of Fire, King of Wands, is like a fire sign that they're gorgeous. They've got this energy that just draws you, but it's more of a animal attraction than it is a heart attraction. But this is where the kind of person that you're normally drawn to. It looks good on paper, but I would, in this instance, Spirit is going, if not that there's a should or not, if you go that way, it's going to end up, if you do what you've always did, you're going to get what you've always gotten. But if you try this will be different for you. This will turn out differently for you. So I do feel like it's in this next, by the end of November, you will have 2 different individuals come in. And so keep that in mind when that happens. And then there is no wrong choice. You get to experience what you want to experience. Different experiences, different outcomes, right? But nothing is wrong. All right. So that is what they have for you, Santa Ali. Right. And then Olivier Vagara, you are up at 258.30. All right. There you go. So you worked on your profile. Will it give you more positive feedback, getting attention from good companies? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will these changes result in more positive, more attention, just more attention. Okay, do you have this one? What else? Those 2, all right. Yep, we have the 7 of Cups. A lot of different, you're going to get attention from all of the kitties here. So there is some more interest that comes in here. Yeah, and you got the 6 of Water and the 2 of Pentacles. So I do feel here with the 6 of Cups, that is including even some previous place that you may have worked before. So some past interest. And the 2 of Pentacles, it does feel like there is this 2 opportunities that come forward with the 2 of Pentacles. So I do feel like it does draw in, just drawing that extra attention there. All right. So I like it. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. I didn't get through all of them, but I am hitting 3 hours. So I will, let me make note of I think I had a couple more free readings come in. Let me just make note of them. I'm going to return back to, did a little over 30 minutes of free readings. I only have like 4 left, but I'm going to go back to donations, and then we'll see how my energy feels after I've done those. And then if I'm still feeling it, we will return and complete the last of these 4 free readings. All right, let me shuffle these up. We'll get back in. I have 2 for Diana, 1 for Guerrera, means war, and then 1 for Maria P. So for donations, we do dive deeper into those. I've got a fortune cookie. Let me just take the last sip of my last coffee here. Got my lemon water. I get to move to that now. All right. Oops, let me just redo this really quick here. I'm going to do this. Okay, do that, and then I'll do this here. Hey, Alice. Just till I finish these, the donations, and then if I feel I have energy left, then I'll finish the last 4 of the free readings that I grabbed here, which are Maria P, Happy Pill, JJJ, and Sun, and Music. So if you're wanting to throw another donation out there, you can throw it out there if you want. All right. So I think I've done those good there. All right. So Diana, we are back. Sorry, I just needed to rearrange these a little bit. So we've got your, oh, come on, maybe ×2 and ×2 that comes in here. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. Absolutely. Let's dive. So thank you for your additional donations here. So for the, what is that? The unboxing. All right. So are the walls that FS is building going to stick? Oh, in this time, right? Historically, CP chips away at their wall, and eventually FC caves. Also, how much of this does FC parents and siblings know? No, they're aware of some things, but they are aware of to the full extent, right? All right. Let's take a look here. So based on current energies, does it look like this is going to stick this time? Are the walls going to be solid or made of sand, right? And I feel like all of that is that. I feel like that's the underlying. And then how much does family know? Okay. All right. Yes. So underlying energy, we do have the Emperor card coming in here. This for the number of stability. And this is about, FS being, this strong energy of I'm the emperor of my kingdom. I'm the one who stands forward. I'm the ruler. It's an Aries Ram energy. So interesting, because I don't feel like that's the fire energy that we got before for the King of Wands. This is the Emperor of Ra, right? So let's see here. Does it stand the test of time this time? We got the High Priestess. She goes away into her temple. And we have the Page of Air. Yes, this is a heightened energy that's coming in here with us. It's feeling very strong. And it felt very strong when I got that walls analogy, because it wasn't just, because they even said it right. It's not just regular, sheetrock. It's metal. It's steel that, is all there as well. Steel, 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 right? And it's like, wow, feels very strong. Underlying energy that's there is the moon as well. Cancer moon energy below the surface. It feels very, with that high priestess and the moon energy, very emotionally expanded. And the high priestess is even this energy of a stronger connection, stronger intuition, stronger gut instincts, but also it's like they're showing me movies, they're showing me a lot of clips of different movies where the young maiden steps into her power and becomes the high priestess full of, magic and power. And it feels like this is what is happening here. It's especially that page of air, it's taking things to a new level that they haven't been before. So it does feel here like this is the last straw that broke the camel's back, or the feather that broke the camel's back. They're just like, I'm tired of all the disrespect. It's just gone too far. And this is different now because they're different on the inside. They're more, they're in a different space. How much does the family know? Dun dun dun. Well, the Ace of Water, the Ace of Cups, they know about their self-love and that they're focusing in on finding their love of self. What else? Yeah, and they know all about the King of Wands that we were talking about. And they're like, so they know very little. Because this Ace of Cups is like them knowing that they know the journey that they're on, finding their self-love. I don't even know if because I think they know they're going to therapy, right? Do we know they're going to therapy? Oops. Sorry if you don't know. but they're finding, they're doing self-work. And then they just know who the other person is. Okay, I'm like, you wouldn't. They would have told me. I was like, "Oops, cat's out of the bag." And then they just know what's going on with the King of Wands, fiery energy. But I feel like this is interesting, so I'm going to say this, that they're used to, and this is where they learned to not have boundaries, is from their family before, because they would just be walked over, and they wouldn't get to have their say so. And I feel like they don't want to tell their family because they're like, they'll try to also go past these boundaries to try to control me. Let me face one lion at a time kind of energy. Okay, I'm going to face this lion and get things in there. Then I'll slowly tell my family and leak more to them. But I feel like they're only telling people what they need to know on a need to know basis. Interesting. Let's see what else they want you to know about this one. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one. Wow. Surrender. This is interesting how it comes across here too. Oh, they recently booked an appointment. Oh, very good. It says you're being asked to let go of your need to control each part of your life and surrender to the universe. Control is an illusion, and it's exhausting to try to hold on to it. Let it go and allow yourself to enjoy the relief that comes from doing so. And I feel like this is because there is this surrendering. There is this energy of like, I'm letting go of that I can control this emperor and that I can control these other emperors. I'm going to focus on what I can control, which is my own choices. I can't control their choices or any of their choices, but I can. That self-empowerment energy is really coming in strong there. So I like that. But it does. It feels like it's going to stick this time because I am just tired of people walking all over my boundaries. That deservedness is coming in very strong, and I love that for them. You love the kitty cat cards, Olivier? I know, right? And they got bunny rabbits. I love all the animals. I love all the animals. All right. So that's for that one. Oh, Maria. Oh, you do have two. So yes, Maria, I do see a second donation via Z PayPal there. So I got it. All right. And then number 2 here is, what does this all mean for their relationship? Are the deal breakers coming in October, November, December? Okay, and then we talked about the kind of paperwork and talking already, right? Yeah, okay. All right. It's funny. It's like their relationship is shaky, but in a different shaky. So how can I explain this? So before it was shaky because of the back and forth, right? Now it's a different kind of shaky because it's like before it's an insecurity that I can keep you with me because you're not strong enough to go somewhere else kind of energy. Whereas now it's shaky because you are getting strong enough where I could lose you. So it felt shaky more from FS before. From their perspective, it felt like it's such a shaky thing. And the other one felt, the King of Wands felt, I am the ruler. My kingdom is going to reign forever. You are just, you're the queen, but you have no say so or authority. It's the king that has authority. Where now, they're realizing, it's like I'm reminded of like Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth, or one of those where they were a daughter of a king and they got betrothed as a deal for a treaty, and they ended up, how they used to always, but she ended up taking over I think it was the one that ruled over Russia, because she went in and she took over. So it's interesting, right? Oh, you're so sweet, Diana. Thank you. All right. So I feel like that is a big piece of it. That's what I just felt with the energy. Let's see what we got here. What else does it mean for their relationship? Okay. And this too. And then, does deal breaking happen? Can we have the energy of October, November, and December? All right. 3 cards. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it is definitely going. Yes, Catherine the Great. Thank you, Gura. And Queen Elizabeth. Yeah, there's definitely both of those, that power of that energy for both of those. So we have the queen, not the queen, we have the queen of wands. No, it's the three of wands. I got queens on my mind now. Three of wands, which is a change of direction. It's not going the way that they both had anticipated that it would go. So there is a change, of course. We'll see what kind of change this is, right? So what does it mean for their relationship here? Ooh, you can't make this stuff up. You've got the king of fire, but now you have the queen of earth, the queen of pentacles, who is about mother nature, mother nurture, nurturing themselves, this creation here. And it feels like, you know, like especially with Catherine the Great, that's the kind of energy I feel where they went in and everyone was like, you know, you have no power, you're nothing, you're from that place, and blah 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 and whatever. And but she became known as the mother of the country. And I feel like she won over everyone. She won over the people, and she was able to, I think, start school. She did a whole bunch of stuff, um, while still with the king, but it was not the, subservient feeling low. It was this force to be reckoned with, right? Below the surface, yeah, we got the Wheel of Fortune. And then underneath that, we've got the star. Well, all this major arcana. We got the dreams come true and the balancing justice energy here. I feel like right now it changes the relationship between the people, but the relationship doesn't end. I feel like it's forming into something new. At least with this energy is what it is now. It's almost like there's this belief that, at least I feel like from FS's side, that I'm going to do this. And um, if you can keep up and evolve with me, then we can stay together. If you don't, then it won't last. And I feel like there is this energy of them kind of stepping up. And the arguing, again, it's changed from I'm reacting out of fear to I'm responding out of boldness and standing up for myself rather than, you know, like a cornered animal that's protecting itself and it's you know, you like my sound effects. So that's the analogy. So let's take a look here. I'm glad these are recorded. I can go watch it later and go, you're such a character. October, is there a deal breaker? Seven of air. There is clarity of mind here. There is this sense of realizing what of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets have cheated me out of things in my life. So I don't feel like there's a deal breaker. I feel like there is a lot of taking ownership, more on FS's, I feel, on what I allowed my beliefs to restrict me. Like taking an ownership of, I'm the only one that can hold me back. No one else can. I feel like there's that kind of energy that's there, right? Oh, okay. New information just in. Catherine had a coup d'etat against her husband and took over Russia. Well, I feel like this is the rebellion. This is the coup. I'm overthrowing your power over me. Oops. Uh-oh. uh, and then November. The seven, look at seven and seven. Seven of earth is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And And it's an interesting energy because I'm realizing that the fruit that we got before isn't what I wanted. And so I feel like November is like, I don't want what we had before. We need to have something new energy. So it doesn't feel like a deal breaker. It feels like a patience card. At the same time, though, it's an energy of, I don't want what we had. So we can't go back to anything. We can, you know, grow to something different. Again, kind of what we talked about before. I know, right? History nerd, yay! Well, I'm so grateful. All right. And then December, again, slowness. So I don't feel like a decision is made this year based on current energies. We know how that can change, though. But it feels like I'm realizing in October my conflict, and then how I want to change things. And November, December are slow changes because both the Seven of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles are slow, patient growth cards. Kind of like I'm growing my dream. These things are unfolding here, but we have to go a different route. And if you don't want to, again, if you don't want to grow with me, then we will grow apart. Ooh. Not that there's an ultimatum. I feel like it's spoken in just fact that if we don't grow together and change, then we're going to grow apart. Right? Yeah, I feel like they don't know. I feel like that's what they're going to try to figure out, the different route. It feels like we can't continue to go there, so we need to try a different way because this isn't going to work. And like the other sticking of stuff, I feel like that's all about this. They're like, I'm growing me and I'm growing my dream, and you can grow with me or we'll grow apart energy. And I feel like that's the new route. I feel like that's the difference, is that I'm not just at your beck and call. I'm now standing up like Catherine the Great. We can work together, or I can throw a coup and just take it all over. No, she wouldn't do that. But it's like, you know, and I feel like that is the kind of energy that's there. Yeah, look at that. Bravery. You're being asked to make a tough decision that you've been putting off because of fear, which is understandable. But you do have the strength and the bravery to make this decision. And you will feel so much lighter when you do. Wow. So yeah, that tells me they now have the bravery and the courage. They didn't have it before, but I feel like something has switched, something has changed. They found that inner strength that's in there. So I love that. Very interesting. Some changes are afoot. All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And how exciting. Some changes. All right. And we have Guerrera. We are to you. Actually, let me put you here at 32424. Look at these repeating numbers. So thank you for your history update. I love watching some of those older ones. That's my reality TV. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. How fun. Too funny. Well, thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like, since it lets me do that here. Oops, sorry. Ad popping up here. Let me just go past that. There we go. All right. So the work luncheon, it came and went. Your ex Derek was there too. He's a manager now. So what did he feel when he saw you? All right. I'll take Bill and Ted. Oh, I know I never saw. I haven't. I know. Shame. I haven't seen the first or their remake either here, right? So what was going on here when he saw you? What were his thoughts? Wow. I know we want that one. We don't want those. Okay. What else do we got here? Ah, you were a comedian. Welcome home. Glad you're all home in your castle. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Yep, we figured as much. We'll see what we got. What is all this here? All right, well, let's have some lemon water real quick here. Very cool. So, bottom of the deck, we do have here the devil card, the ego card, which is interesting because then the first card that came up in the reading itself is the Nine of Swords, which the Nine of Swords is about fear, nightmare, nightmare and insomnia, but it's about letting go of expectations, like getting exhausted of trying to believe that certain things should be certain ways. And that's what the devil card does too. It's about letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that no longer serve me and questioning of expectations, the release of the fears around expectations. Ah, very cool. So I feel like there's a bit of growth energy here that was there. Then the next two cards that came out, this one made itself known. The Queen of Air, Queen of Thought, Queen of Swords, a balance between head and heart. Oh, and the Queen of Water. So I feel like this is their energy, not their energy, but their, like what their thoughts of you are, because the Queen of Cups is the master over emotion, and the Queen of Swords, she balances her thinking with emotion. And so there is this perception of that you do a good job of balancing your head and your heart. And I feel like there was calmness, there was like an anchoring in that when they looked at this, because it's like they didn't fear like, oh God, there she is, she's going to cause a scene or anything like that. They know that you would make it look like an accident because you're smart. It's balanced with your emotions. Or they would never find the body, so they're like, I'm safe in a room full of people. No, that's most of that's joking, but it's funny. But I feel like that they're they've recovered a sense of humor, it feels like. So there's good energy there. I feel like there's like a respect there around who you are. What else? Yeah, we've got we've got the life experience, which is the Tower card, and the Eight of Wands energy here. Overall, it feels like, like this understanding that it was for the best for both of you, for you to be removed out of each other's lives. And again, there's this balanced energy with this Eight of Wands. It's a lot of busyness. but it's allowed you guys to balance things out, I feel, in your lives. Oh my gosh. That's right, Aquarian. Woo. So he's got a birthday coming up. But there's this sense of this was for the best, for both of us. And I feel like they've realized that now. Well, that explains the I can totally relate being an Aquarius myself, that I've watched enough Dexter and CSI and all the others to know that they would never find evidence pointing back to me. No, but also we don't, we do cost benefit analysis. No one's worth, you know, life in prison. I'm not going to ruin my life to end your life. But anyway, but back to the seriousness of this energy. I do feel like they felt like it was now they feel like it was best, in hindsight, that we're able to go on and be more productive in our lives separate than we were together. Yeah, and I feel like that's the kind of energy that comes in here. This balanced energy around it all here. Also, we got the Page of Fire that's coming in here. And so this Page of Fire is a bit of, I like this monarch butterfly, because it, there still is, and there always will be, an attraction that we have between people that we've loved and been intimate with in our lives. It's just always there. Doesn't mean we're gonna, but there is this draw that we have, for better or for worse, that we're drawn to people that we have been close with in our lives. It's just that soul connection that's there, that goes beyond human. It goes into the subconscious, underworld connections that are there, and that is still there. It doesn't mean they're going to act on it or anything, but I do feel like there was that spark within them of, seeing you, probably like what you experienced, in a way too. Just yours is more contained, right? Yeah, the Seven of Air, along with the Dreamer. Yeah, the letting go of expectations, the letting go, the release of things. I feel like there is this, feeling, whatever this feeling was, of our own self, how I betrayed, how I let myself down, how I thieved things from my life. I've forgiven myself, which means they've forgiven them. And they've also released anything that they had in their mind about blaming you, that I feel like they've really taken a lot of ownership here. And with this Fool's card, there is this energy. That sounds, well, I know where you're coming from, but that does make sense here with that Seven of Air, because that does represent feelings of betrayal, right? But I feel like this Dreamer card, I feel like they've, have forgiven themselves. You're like, well, good for you, right? But that Page of Fire does show that attraction and that energy there. But this new beginning, the Dreamer of letting bygones be bygones, letting a new adventure full of, without any expectations. I don't feel like they had any of those, that they would expect it to be anything, kind of energy here. But that's, that explains the Tower energy too, that it was best, and that makes sense too, that it was it was better for both of you that you were out of, I'm sorry, that they were out of your life, that it was important for you to, which they're right, because otherwise, because you deserve to be with someone who is more aligned with your energy than they were, right? So let's take a look here. Yeah. But with all this, it doesn't feel like it. It's like, let's bygones be bygones. I'm not going to, if they're, I just feel like this fairness energy that's there. Yeah. We got pivot. Step around one another. It says sometimes when things aren't falling into place after trying and trying, it's time to ask yourself if pivoting in some way would be a good idea so that your life can flow more easily and effortlessly. How could you pivot even just a little bit? I feel like that's what happened before. Like, and that's why they pivoted away, because it was the best thing for both of you, because it allows you opportunity to be who something more in alignment with who you are, instead of who you were with them. And so it's a win-win, and I feel like they feel sincerely that you deserve to be with someone else. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. So interesting. I love it. But I don't feel like they won't because they see you as balanced and everything, that they won't stand in your way or do anything. But I don't feel like they have any angst. They more so, they've forgiven themselves, but it still bugs them, even though they've forgiven in themselves. But this is a way for them to show you that I don't have any hard feelings, and I hope you don't have any hard feelings towards me. But you'll see it. If you don't see it yet, you'll see it, that it is for your best. Because when you meet whoever comes next for you in your life, you're gonna, realize that as well. Yeah, sure, you can. I'm winding down here, but you can definitely make one more there, and then because I'm at what, 3:40? Yeah, so I'm getting towards 4 hours here in a little bit. So you'll probably be the last one that I'll take, though. So please feel free to do so, because I want to know too. All right. And then Alice, thank you for your additional donation. Let me add you in there too. All right. So make sure I'm where I'm supposed to be. All right. So Maria P, you are up. 3:38:56. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. And here is ×2. I did get them both. All right. Let me just add this in here, and we'll jump over to the PayPal. And I can see your questions. So thank you for your dual donations this eve. All right. So let's shuffle these up. Just take a quick sip. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings for today. Okay. 1. All right. What's coming for us this weekend? All right. No problem, Gloria. I just got these two for Maria, and then Alice's, and then yours. So we're good. We're good. Update on the dock side. Boom. And then any movement, I feel like that's what that's for. What's coming for you at work? And what does the superintendent, Dr. Bob and Dr. Laura, think of you? Okay. That's Dr. Bob and Laura. And then Jeff's thoughts and feelings. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you. 5 of Earth, 5 of Pentacles. There's a bit of lack energy here. Fear of being abandoned, left behind, being left out in the cold. So there's something that they are definitely feeling this, focusing on the lower vibration. It just feels like, and it feels like it's just everything right now. I feel like it's just this energy that's permeating their entire existence. They just kind of feel low today. So that's what's impacting how they feel about, what's going on between the two of you and all that. I feel like they're just very focused on feeling down. Something happened, it feels like, that a big disappointment, maybe at work and different things, where they just feel like low about themselves. So because they see the world through their own eyes, how they're feeling about themselves, they just feel everyone feels this way about them right now. Interesting. What's coming this weekend for the two of you here? We got a little passion with the Page of Fire and the Knight of Earth, the Knight of Pentacles. Slowest moving knight here. So it does feel like there is like a passionate moment. But it feels like then the rest of the weekend is kind of slow. Just feels very like walking through mud, molasses. Just feels like the communication's a little slower. Life feels a little slower as well. Just like everything kind of goes into slow motion, this weekend. Any updates on the dark side? Well, we got the Hierophant, trying to see things from a different perspective. 5 is the number of change, but there's underneath the surface, there still is a lot of fear here with the 9 of Swords. Feel like whatever has happened has put him in this. We talked about it last weekend or the weekend before, where it feels like the same energy of, I'm not sure what you want, or I feel like you're going to leave me, and I have a fear that you're going to leave me, which we talked about, right? This fear of abandonment. So while I have that, I'm making plans, I'm looking into things, excuse me, but I'm not taking action. Because if I take action and you leave, then I'm going to be in a really bad spot. And at least, I have this safe space in comparison. And like, if I can know that I'm going to be with you forever, then I would be willing to step out of that safe zone and comfort zone. But if not, then why rock my entire world? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like they're kind of, and they sense something from you going on. And so it's put them in this alert energy. What's coming for you at work? All right. It feels like there is a sudden change that's coming, but it's a positive change with this 4 of Pentacles. It's a solid foundation energy. It is something that happens. It's a change that happens very quickly. But it does feel we have all these squirrels that we feed here. But it feels it's a solid foundation that it brings in here. So it feels like your work is solid. there's some changes that come out of nowhere, but don't worry, because you land fine with it all, with the changes that come up here. So don't be worried about that. How does the superintendent, Dr. Bob, feel about you? Yeah, the sun card, bright, sunshiny card there. Of course, there's our Leo energy. The 9 of Earth, 9 of Pentacles. They see you as someone who works very well independently, that you don't need a whole lot of supervision. You don't need, like, you can be a self-starter type of person. So very confident energy that's there. They see you with that sun card's in a bright way. Dr. Laura, Page of Water. Yeah, happy. They see you as happy, innocent. You got them deceived. Just kidding. I snorted. But I like that, because sensitive, kind, open-hearted. A little bit inexperienced, because pages are new energy, like young energy. So they see you as someone who's gaining experience and learning a lot. But they see you as, but they see all those other qualities. They like that you're open-hearted and sensitive and kind, and they like that side of you, and that you're eager to learn energy, but they do see you as a little inexperienced, which is all right, because you are, right? You're a young lass, maybe. All right. And then what are Jeff's thoughts and feelings for you? Their thoughts about you? Magician. So there's that physical, energetic attraction towards you that comes in here. Yeah. And the Devil card a little bit too. So we've got this energy. You know, the thoughts are towards impure thoughts. I'm gonna call them impure thoughts, because it is energy. It is passion energy. It is a curiosity of what can I create with you kind of energy. But this ego, the Devil card energy coming from the feelings source, is an energy more of the heart feels like you have, and I know we talk about expectations a lot, but they do feel like you have, like, maybe, and this could be left over from the past, if you guys had a past, and also can be what's in their head already, but they just feel like you have a lot of expectations, and they fear, there's this hesitancy of the heart to want to express, because it fears that it'll fail. It won't live up to your expectations. So I feel like that's where they're at there. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in, and then we'll look at number 2 here for you. You got believe. You have to believe. You're being asked to fully believe in yourself and your dreams. It's time for that idea that's lived inside, your heart, not your head, be brought into the world so others can benefit from it. Believe that you can bring it to life, and you will do exactly that. I love it. All right, so that's for number 1. So thank you for that. And then for number 2, thank you for your additional donation. Will Jeff message back? All right, let's take a look here. So okay, thank you, Jeff, message back. Did you say something? Is he upset with something that you said? Because you can't upset anyone, but he can choose to be upset, right? Or what's going on? We'll look at that. And then, oh, wow. Wally seems down from work. Isn't that what I said earlier? Yeah, he definitely is. And you told him, I wish we could cuddle together. What is his thoughts there? All right. We'll see what we got here. So, will Jeff message you back based on current energies? Yeah, we have movement of emotion and 7 of water. So there's a lot of emotional energy there. So it does feel night, is an action energy. Nights are movement. So I do feel like there is movement. I feel like they're a little bit emotionally confused, which makes sense from what we just talked about, that their heart is a bit hesitant because it fears not living up to, you know, what you're wanting them to be, kind of energy. But did you say something that he's upset with? Um, there's a little bit of 5 of fire. This is more the conflict between their head and their heart, and this energy of them wanting to be alone right now. And this all makes sense because it's like the mind remembers the passion or this attraction energy, and their heart wants to move. The heart wants to be expressed. There's a lot of emotion, but there's this battle going in between two, where that part of them that's like, but I fear not being able to live up to those expectations, and I don't want to be with someone yet. I kind of want to be and have my own uh, time to myself, energy, which is interesting because I'm getting echoes of Wally from before, where he wanted his own space, right? He wants to have his own place, his own thing. So it's just kind of this energy, which makes sense. There might be something to look at with that to understand, why am I drawing in people that are showing me this? Why am I drawing in people that are emotionally unavailable? I think we talked about that before, right? Um, so it's an interesting awareness there. Anyway, and then, so I don't feel like they're upset. I just feel like they're concerned that they're not going to be able to be who you want them to be, and they're conflicted on the inside themselves. So, and then what did Wally think about you guys cuddling together? King of Air, he's really stuck in his head. Yeah. He's really stuck in his head, really conflicted with that 5 of swords there. So there is a lot of this. Feels like their heart is on pause or turned down volume because they're stuck into here trying to figure everything out, really overthinking. They're stuck in their head. I feel like they're drinking tonight because they want to get out of their head, and that's how I get out of my head when I'm overthinking, is what I hear them saying. This is what I do when I'm conflicted and it's too much. I just need silence. I need to quiet it down so I can go to sleep. I'm going to have some drinks. And I feel like they're just really vegetating, watching a sports game, having, it's not beers though. I feel like they're doing hard alcohol, but it just feels like this is what they do when they need to, you know, dim the light down. All right. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. Yeah, okay. Unlock, open up. Chink, chink. What is this about? So you're being asked to open your heart to another, to let down your walls and trust that they want what's best for you. Your life will open up in wonderful ways once you decide to open up. And we're going back to what we were talking about. I think we talked about this before. And this is awareness for so many of us. Why do I keep drawing people who are emotionally unavailable into my life? Because I'm emotionally unavailable to myself. Right? Something to think about. If that resonates, and how do you feel that's true? Where in you can you open up more to your self-love? How can I become more emotionally available to me? Not to the outside world, but to myself. Interesting. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. So let's see, we have Alice and then Guerra means war. And then we've got Patty and then Alice 2 more times. All right. So I've been on for 4 hours. I'm going to be right back. My energy is good, but my bladder is not. All this coffee and lemon water I drank. So I will return. I'm just going to step away from it. I'm going to keep everything going. I'm just going to step back and come back so that I can, I won't feel like I'm trying to rush through things because, when your bladder is going, hey, you kind of want to rush. So I'll be right back. All right. So much better. So much better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, clap, clap, clap. Let us continue. All right. So, okay. I know where I'm at now, I think. All right. So, Alice, we are back to you. So thank you for your multiple donations. So this will be, and then we'll be back for your other 2 here. Oops, let me make this better here. This will make more sense. Do that here. There we go. So that one's for, the first one was for 3. This one is for 1, and then we'll do for 2 when we come back around. So for your wink, wink one here, angel messages of encouragement for me and your life guidance on your path. All right. Let's take a look here. So grateful. All right. So angel messages of encouragement for you and for the life path. I feel like I want these in this one. That one too. This one. Just that one and that one. Okay. What do we got here? All right. So, we've got this 10 of Swords on the bottom of the deck here. And I like this. This is an encouraging message of that you're ready to let go of all these, you're getting to this point where you're just exhausted trying to please people, right? And we get to this 10 of swords in our life where it's like, I'm just sick and tired of it. I just can't stand anymore. I give up trying to please everyone else. I'm letting all these expectations go. I'm tired of being disappointed in other people. I'm going to let all these expectations go. And this is this ending and beginning energy that I'm just tired of it. I just want to be me. And if I'm going to let me be me, I'm going to let everyone else be themselves too. So I like this because I feel like this is where you're at the on the verge of. Yeah, you've got this seeing things from a different perspective with the Hierophant, with the Page of Fire, and you're ready to look at so many things, right? And it is the major arcana number of change, number 5, and this fire under your butt. You've just been seeing things differently, which are making it's like you're seeing things in a higher vibrational from a higher place, which are making the small t truths just seem so petty and ugh. If you have to put it into a sound, ugh. It just it just doesn't feel like that's what I want anymore, right? And so you're being ignited to take some action. Yeah, death and rebirth with the release card here. So again, you're ready for this ending and this beginning energy to come in. You have the Hermit card, which is about stepping away from all these people, all these situations, connecting. And that's what you're doing, and why you're having this rebirth is because as you're spending time connecting higher, you're seeing things differently, and you're getting these truths where you're seeing these expectations, these small t truths that you're ready to let go of. They just don't serve anymore, you know? And I like this energy. It's like you're realizing, if I can't be happy alone, I can never be happy with anyone else. So I'm going to do what I need to do to become happy here. Then I can be happy here. So I like that. Underneath that surface, oh, we got all these. We have raccoons that come and visit outside. Here's that renewal, which is the Judgment card being drawn. Oh my gosh, all these major arcana. And discovering what your true dream come true is, which the Judgment card, which is the renewal card, and the Star card speak to that of understanding about not what I think I'm supposed to dream for and want, but what do I really want for my life? Kind of like, what's my calling in my life? How do I uniquely want to share the love in my heart with the world in my own unique and special way? So, and I feel like we're kind of going on to the guidance on your path now, is that coming home to be, I'm okay being with just me, is where I can get to. And then once I get that, then I can be happy with someone else. But for now, it's not, someone else isn't my dream. I am my dream. And the love in my heart is my dream that I want for me, and how I want to express it to the world in a unique way, that is that in a way that you'll know you want to do it. And this is this life path that they're bringing in here for you. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 major arcana out of 7 cards. That's crazy. You have the Wheel of Fortune. Again, another 10 with endings and beginnings, but also understanding that what unfolds in your life is always for you. It's the tune of for you. And even though we may not be able to see it in the moment sometimes that it is for us, that we're able to really look at and go, you know what? I can do this from a different perspective. I can do this instead of feeling like life is happening to me, that these people are doing this to me, that I can go, why did I want this to happen for me? What is it showing me about myself? How is it propelling me forward? How is it creating the growth that I want in my life? So I love all this energy. You are at a huge transitional space, though, with major arcana are like life-changing. Minor arcana are like a day or a week of change, of little changes. But this, it's like changing chapters in a book. But major arcana is like you're changing books. And so there is this life change that you're bringing in here. Yeah, and you got the Page of Air and the Five of Water. So Page of Air is bringing in some new clarity in your life. That does change here. I feel like it's especially the dragonfly you got for the Five of Water, which is a huge symbol of change, but it's a fast change, where a butterfly goes from, egg to caterpillar to cocoon, or chrysalis to butterfly. A dragonfly goes from egg to water nymph, it's in the water, to dragonfly. It skips a cocooning stage, or chrysalis. So there's this leap forward that comes in here, but it comes through this clarity. And there's something that all this numbers of fives of change, this does bring in a change of your emotional energy. And I feel like there's something to do with your calling, is to, because of what you learn and glean, that you have this desire to help people change their emotional states from what feels like a low place to a higher place. Whether that is, whatever way it is from your heart, it could be something as organized and structured as counseling or psychiatry, all the way to music, something that helps people, acting, whatever, that helps them get in tune with their emotions, art, anything in between. There's no wrong way to express that, but it's finding out what brings you joy and helping individuals transform their emotions, their emotional state. So, it's exciting, Alice. If that resonates for you, but whatever your heart is telling you about how it wants to express itself. You also have, look, fresh start. Duh, right? You're being given the opportunity to begin again. Allow yourself to embrace this new life and open up fully to this gift that you've been given. Wow. It's just in accordance with everything that we were just talking about, right? I love it. All right, so that's it for that one. And then we'll circle back around for your other three there in a moment. Just have Guerra and Patty, and then we will come back to you. All right, so Guerra, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Go. Alrighty, and then let's give that a love and a, whoops, let's try that again. There we go, a love and a like. And your question was, that position might be offered to you. All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, the position be offered. Let's take a look here. Got this, these, and this too. All right, so we got, what do we have here? Definitely a possibility energy around this, because the bottom of the deck, we do have this Magician that's here as well, which is about, whatever you focus on is what we draw. It's that, very much that manifestation by gratitude. What am I grateful for? What do I love about the position I'm in? What are the positions I've had before? What you would love about this opportunity? Just gratitude energy can bring it in here. Oh, you don't need to apologize. You are good. I definitely appreciate it. Yeah, and I know it's been lighter lately, so I don't mind doing when everyone's available. So definitely no apologies necessary at all. But I like this. So if we focus our energy in onto possibilities and the gratitude for what is and what was, and be aware of the, if I'm focusing my energy on need or want, I really want that. That actually pushes it away. We come back to now instead of out of the future. out of the past, we come into the now and going, we asked Creator once, I really love that position. And this is what and I'm grateful. I love the position that I'm in now. And this is what I love about it. And I love this in the past. And it just, all that gratitude energy just opens it up and starts magnetizing you to receive more of that too. So let's see here. What else? How are we looking at this? We have the 9 of Cups, dream come true energy. I like that little Pomeranian. Here's the genie's lamp. So this is a dream come true kind of energy. You got the 6 of fire, 6 of wands, which is a victory energy that comes in here too. Underneath that, you have the emperor energy, which this is Aries, new beginning, but also it goes back to deciding what it is that my heart wants, making a plan, putting energy into behind it, and the positive energy, right, of gratitude and like the magician energy. And I'm just going to take steps towards that. I'm going to do what I can in the physical world, what I can, and then I release the rest, give it to the Creator, and then step into gratitude. But you got this victory energy, this action energy, and I like this emperor underneath. Feels like the decision maker is very supportive of who you are too. Interesting. Let's see what else we have. Yeah, and you got the other dream come true energy of the star card. So 9 of Cups, and then also the star card. So it feels very positive here coming in right now. We just need to let go of expectations with the ego card coming in here, which is letting go of old mindsets, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, because expectations are also what suck the life out of things. Instead of going in with gratitude and excitement of a new adventure, free of all that, that ego is what shakes our cage to allow us to let go of those things, right? Underneath the surface of those, we do have the Page of Pentacles and the Ace of Water. So I like this happy energy. I feel like what that piece is bringing in here, this combination of these three, is letting go of the belief that I'll be happy when, because that's putting our happiness attached to a future outcome. When we step back into that gratitude, when I can be happy for no reason at all, in this moment right now, I can step into gratitude. That again charges me to receive more happiness. But if I put my happiness, I can be happy when never comes, right? Because we get there, I'm not happy. I'm like, all right, I got that. Now I need that. Now I need that. And that's something that happened to me when I had an opportunity to look at my life and go, what do I want to do? Where I want to go in life. I thought, spiritual people need to have like 1 million followers and need to have, best-selling books and be on tour giving talks and blah blah blah. And Spirit took me to the future and showed me a future that could have that there, and it would be like, Spirit was like, are you happy and content? And I was like, honestly, no, I'm looking at what's next then. And they were like, so if you can't be happy in this moment right now, you can't be happy later. So learning to be happy and content with what's in this moment allows us to be content with other things in the future too, right? Yeah, exactly, right? I agree. See what your fortune cookie brings in here. It feels like very positive outcome here. Yeah, so slow down, enjoy the moments, right? Slow your roll. Life isn't a race, nor is it a competition. You need to slow down. Doing so doesn't make you weak or less than. It makes you strong, wise, and much better able to navigate life with clarity and ease. I love that. Yeah, that's the kind of energy I feel like we picked up from your first reading, that he feels like you're balanced between head and heart, that you can bring an intelligence and emotion into it. In fact, it might be something they're lacking. They might be more cerebral and not enough emotion, and they feel like you can bring that in, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Defining yourself by the outside. No, you're perfect. That magician card also says a reminder that you're perfect right now. You don't need to become anyone else. We're not here to become anything bigger than we are. We're a perfect mountain. We come down to explore who we are, to understand more of who we are. But I don't have to become more imperfect already. In Creator's eyes, we are these perfect mountains, but we come down as humans to wander around the mountain of who we are so we can understand ourselves more too. Yeah, very cerebral. Yeah, that makes sense. Scorpios can get into the to that zone. Well, you're an Aquarius, but we're all different soups as well, you know. So I like that for you, Guerrera. Looks very positive there. You are very welcome. Enjoy, hang in there. Thank you again for your donations. I'm very grateful for those. Stay out of trouble. Nah, have fun. All right. Many blessings to you. Let me take a sip here. So, Patty, you are up next. Let's grab your timestamp here. I will, I shall, I shall. Yeah, keep me posted. All right, Patty, let's give that donation a love and a like here. Thank you so much for that. So, you want to know what's my take on people who have no friends due to past hurts? How do they impact others, especially their kids? Okay, let's take a look here. We'll see what Spirit has to say. So people with no friends due to past hurts. What just can we know about them? And then how do they impact others? And especially the chillins. Okay. All right. Interesting that at the bottom of the deck we do have the 7 of Swords and the 3 of Swords. I'm sorry, 7 of Wands. I saw the 3 of Swords, which is heartache and disappointment and, you know, represent past hurts, right? The 7 of Wands, you know, this is an energy of being true to our authentic selves. And everybody expresses themselves perfectly with where they're at in their emotional body. Sometimes we go, people are dramatic, but people are never dramatic. They're perfectly expressing what's going on inside of them. And that is, everyone always is in that moment, right? I also feel there's an important message that comes in with those cards on the bottom, that everyone always does the best they can in each moment with the beliefs they have, the energy they have, and the energy of their environment. And when we realize that, we may judge people a little less extreme when we realize, even in our childhood, our parents did the best they could with what they knew. Everyone always does. We always do as well. So it allows us to lighten up on ourselves and lighten up on other people too when we realize that. Because if we have this, well, this is how I think they're supposed to act and impact others and act with their children, who are we? Being, we're being a dictator of sorts, right? The world needs to be the way I think it needs to be, which means we have ourself under a very strict rules too. And so if, like, one of the big adventures of humanity is realizing that all these opinions in our head are not true. They're just opinion, that they don't have to be a certain thing. But when we see things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love, instead of from small t truths rooted in fear, we set ourselves free and we set everyone else free too. So very interesting energies coming in here. All right, that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see here. So what's the take on people who have no friends due to past hurts? We'll take a look here. Yep. So we have the Temperance card. No. Yeah, Temperance card. I was like, wait, no. And the Knight of Air. Look at this. The horses. And the Knight of Air, the Knight of Swords. So, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about. We're evolving. It's like, it starts off as alchemy. We start off as a base metal, magic gets added, and then throughout our entire lives, it gets poured back and forth in between the two cups, back and forth, and we're slowly, magically transforming into, more so we're burning away that which is not us and becoming more aware of who we are. Not so much that we're becoming something else, but we're becoming more aware of who we are, because our thoughts, with that Knight of Swords, our thoughts are changing. We're becoming aware of the higher truths, because that's what the Knight of Swords are. They're on a quest for the Ace of Swords. And the Ace of Swords connects us to the higher truth rooted in unconditional love, the capital T truths. And that helps set us free from the small t truths rooted in fear, which are not true, right? And so when we have beliefs, our pain, that hurt, our past hurts, when we become aware of that our hurts were not real, they were a opinion, that this is how you're supposed to feel when that happens. When we realize, because what we experience is the disappointment. They were supposed to do this and they didn't, so I feel a loss. That hurt is the fear, the prick of fear, that because that didn't happen, I'm unlovable, I'm rejectable, people are going to hate me. And that's where our fear is. Because what our heartbreak is, the term of heartbreak is actually, that's what that means. That's what's not true, is that we feel the prick of pain in our heart when we go into fight or flight mode. It's like when someone scares you, right? Boo! And you're like, that's the pain we feel. And when we believe in a story that someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence mean something about me, then I have a prick in my heart that makes me scared. Oh no, I'm unlovable. I'm unworthy. What are people gonna think, right? So it's saying here that, when we don't realize that and we don't have that knowledge, we're going to believe that these people out here hurt me, when in reality I felt pain because of my thoughts about what people are doing or not doing, saying or not saying, right? So the perception and the take on people who have no friends due to past hurts, they're protecting themselves, because in their mind, at the time that they're choosing to have no friends, is that people hurt people, so I can't be around people, because they'll only betray or let me down or disappoint me, or I'll disappoint them. It's safer for me to be to myself. and alone, right? And that's where they're coming from. When we realize why they're doing what they're doing, then we might have more mercy, more grace, more compassion for them, realizing, oh, when our little inner child feels unsafe and out of control, it's going to make choices that it feels will keep it safe and keep it in control. And what does it do to do that? Stranger dangers. I'm going to stay away from everyone, right? So that's just the take on people who choose to have no friends because of past hurts. It makes sense. It seems logical. That's what, ow, these things hurt me, stay away from these things, right? Until we realize it wasn't them things, it was these three fingers pointing back at me is these things, these stories in the noodle are what hurt me and made me feel that fear, not them. So until we go on that quest, until we change our belief, we're always going to react the same way. Once the mind changes and our emotions change, then our world changes. But till then, we keep doing the same thing, getting the same result, right? So I feel like that's an important piece of that. And then how do they impact others? What's interesting, we can't impact others. We can influence. Like I can make it easier or harder for you to choose lower vibration or higher vibration thoughts and emotions, but I can't choose for you. So I could be so loving and, understanding and bring truth. It makes it easier for you to choose higher vibration. Or I could be in your face saying how stupid you are and you can't do nothing right. That's going to make it harder for you to choose higher vibration. But in the end, I can't choose for anyone. Yeah, we can make it easier or harder, but everyone ultimately decides their own story about what things mean, their own emotions, how they're going to feel, their own energy and their own actions, what they're going to do. We can't choose for anyone else. So really, my impact to others, I can't. It's even as our own children ourselves, other people couldn't impact me, but I was just taking everything in. Yep, every opinion, yeah, that's mine now too, right? But it's for us, right? And eventually we grow up. Like for children, we'll talk about, we have special cards for those, but no one can decide for us. I'm an adult, so people can tell me all they want. I think you're stupid, and if I am stupid, then I'll believe it, and I will take on the belief that I'm stupid. But I don't have to. People can go, I think you're stupid, and you should also believe that you yourself are stupid. And I'm like, more so, I would say, if I if I just took your opinion and made it mine, I was stupid before, because that's what I did most of my life, until I realized I don't have to do that. So I'm not stupid anymore. So I can't. Sorry. Anyway, let's see. How do they impact others? We have the 10 of Wands. That's the energy, right? And the 7 of Earth. 7 of Pentacles. It's an interesting energy. Again, it's that energy of influence. I can make it easier or harder, whatever massive amount of energy I put out. If they're putting out a bunch of, because they can be very happy without any friends due to past hurts. I could be totally having a heart full of love or joy or laughter, whatever, and I could have moments of beautiful, high vibrational energy. And in those moments, I'm making it easier for people to choose higher vibration. I also can have times where I'm scared and hurtful, like every human, and be sharing that. And trust me, every parent, every human has usually we spend most of our energy when we're younger focusing on fear and lower vibrational energy, and then less on the higher vibration. But over time, we kind of evolve and then we do things differently. But this energy is saying that in some instances, the impact is high vibration, other instances, lower, just like you, just like me, just like everyone. And then the Seven of Earth, the Seven of Pentacles, is an energy of, it's funny, they teach people, and this is like all of us, sometimes in our life, we are a good mirror reflection and example of what your life could be. And it encourages people to want that. Like, when you're joyful and you're from a place of love, and people are like, oh, I want that. We also sometimes are an example of what people don't want. They're like, oh, I don't want to be that. Again, we're not consistently one. And when we can get, and they're bringing me back something I learned as a manager in corporate life. We don't define someone's character by their actions. So don't label someone, they're a hurtful, unfriended, no person. We can say that at times they express their hurt. At times they have no friends, but we look at actions, we don't define the person by their actions. We just look at actions, right? So we separate actions from the person. We don't label that person because they are not just their actions. There's so much more than what we see, and there's that goodness around all that too. But it's funny, they're kind of just saying, like all of us, sometimes we're a positive influence, sometimes we're a lower vibrational influence. It's what happens. How we impact our kids, same as everyone else, right? Let's see here. Yeah, we've got the Devil card and the Queen of Fire. Look at all these kitties. Got the Devil, Ego card, and the Queen of Fire. And then we have the Awakening. And there's an interesting energy when you realize that every child chose every parent before they came down here. It's their own damn fault, right? But it's true. This is the energy of, and it's a good healing, transformative meditation, or what would you call it? It wasn't really meditation as much as just investigation. When I read that somewhere once when I was younger, and I'm like, okay, instead of focusing on what we don't like about our parents, right? I focused in on, why did I choose my dad? Why did I choose my mom? Why did I choose my brother? So why did I choose my family? And I looked at, like, my dad. He was a salesman all his life. He knew people. He's a Sagittarius. He's funny, sense of humor, making people laugh all the time. And I love that character in him. And my mom, very seeking after spirituality, through like organized religion and different things, but a thirst for the spiritual, and always wanted to be a teacher. When I put them both together, I'm like, oh, that's what I want to be. I want to be this, teacher, spiritual, knows people, and tries to be funny. And I'm like, wow, that's why I chose them, because I knew that this is the influence. And then all the other things too, even being, and this goes to this, feeling alone growing up, because my dad was always gone. My mom was always busy doing other things. My brother had his friends. I was the young one, the younger baby of the family, but I felt very alone growing up. And we moved a lot. So friends constantly changing. Then you just stop, it's not that friends hurt me, but I can relate to that. Got to this point where I didn't get attachments with friends because they would never communicate back when I'd write them. This was the days of before cell phones and social media. Remember those days? Yeah, there were days like that. You could only, where long distance cost a lot, you couldn't call your friends. That was too expensive. Could write them a letter, but they would never respond. And so you learn not to attach to things. But as I was saying with all that, I learned to be very independent. And you can look at the positive of things and you can glean things. We're always growing, but we did choose our parents. And so what's the impact of people with no friends due to past hurts on their kids? The perfect impact, perfectly what they wanted to experience. And it's like we moved a lot. And so I kind of was envious growing up that people that stayed in one place and had the same friends from kindergarten all the way through high school, that they had these group of friends. Because I'd be the new kid a lot, and I would, of course, be ostracized because I was the new kid. They already had their cliques. I was like, I wish I could have been part of that. I wish I could grow up like people that have been friends for forever. And then I met people who had that and go, God, I wish I would have moved around a lot and experienced a lot more in life. You realize the grass is always greener, that life, this is the ego, the devil card. We have these long held beliefs of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, but none of that stuff, it's opinion, it's not rules. Sure, that could be an opinion, that people are supposed to have friends. Who says? Some people do, some people don't. I love Byron Katie, who goes, how you know that this situation should happen? Because it is happening. Otherwise, it wouldn't be happening if it shouldn't be. And it's very amazing there, just to be aware that whatever we knew before we chose our lives and our parents and where we're going to be born, what race we're going to be, what gender we're going to be. We chose all that before we came down here. We knew our entire life as our soul. Each lifetime we get to choose, that we choose. We're like, okay, here's all the possibilities. I'm okay with that. Let's go. We didn't go, no, we weren't thrown into life and good luck, bye. Psh, we chose it all. And if we can realize that, we know that every moment unfolds for us. Every situation, if I have a parent that has no friends and I'm very hurt, then I learn through watching them and through experiencing them. And when I'm an adult, I get to work through all of the stuff like we all do. We all get to kind of transform and experience life through our upbringings, right? There's worse things, but hopefully that helps bring a little bit of just high level sitting on the moon, looking down at Earth going, yeah, all these human adventures. If we're looking at it from a perfectionist, these are my expectations of how everything should be. We all experience disappointment because we're all given different rules about what life should be. But from spirit standpoint, there's no right or wrong choices, no right or wrong events, just different experiences that have different outcomes. But we grow through everything. We learn through everything. So there's no wasted moment. So hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie says, soar. Yeah, we've all got wings to fly. And all these branches that we stand on, we don't have faith that the branches are going to stay stable. We trust our wings are going to allow us to fly. It says you're being asked to stop dimming your own light, period. It's time for you to come out of the shadows and let your authentic self soar. Fly high, dear one. And that's the same thing. We got that Seven of Wands, being true to our authentic self, not dimming our light. We're all expressing ourselves perfectly. And other people are going to judge us when they're in that space of fear and that space of expectations. Humans are always going to judge one another until we're free ourselves from judgment, and then we don't judge others. But while we have expectations and a high bar on ourselves, by golly, we will make sure everyone else is obeying our expectations too. Well, we'll try anyway, and then face that disappointment too. All right. Hopefully that helps, Patty. Many blessings to you. Much love. You hang in there. All right. So thank you again for your donation, and have a fantastic, amazing day. All right. So Alice, we're circling back around to you, my dear. Thank you for your patience in getting to your additional readings. Thank you for all these. Oh my gosh. 7 donations today. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Here's all your timestamps. The first one is for 3, and then for 1, and then for the other 3. That's the way I'll make it look anyway. All right. So I think we are to this one here. Let me just do one quick thing here. I just want to make sure. Oops. Okay, I don't think those will disappear. Okay. So well, we'll say number 1 of the second batch of 3. Harris's thoughts and feelings towards you. Any regrets missing you? Is that a drooling? Are you drooling over Harris? Let's take a look here. So what are Harris's thoughts and feelings towards you based on their current energy? Thoughts and feelings. And any regrets? Are they missing you? Okay. Those are first. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling, the fire energy, the king of fire in the bottom. I got this message, and I feel like we got this maybe for them before. They're not a regretter. They're more of like I would say like a forest fire or a grass fire. They just burn through, and they don't go backwards because they feel like there's no fuel to go backwards. It's always movement, forwards. So I don't feel like they have those regrets. We'll find out more in these cards here, but the underlying energy is more of I'm more of a fire than I am of a regretter. That's interesting. But let's see their thoughts and feelings towards you. Yeah, we have the Death card. That's kind of self-explanatory. We have the Queen of Fire. That's interesting that with the King of Fire in the bottom and the Queen of Fire, they're wondering the same thing about you. If you have regrets for what you did. And I know you're like, what? But it's such an amazing energy. I remember after my first breakup, and mutual friends were telling me what they were saying about me, and I'm like, what? That's not true. But that was their perception. They weren't making things up. They really thought that I was this way, I was that way. And I'm like, I couldn't see that, but I'm me. I wasn't in their shoes. And it's amazing of the, what, really? And some of my friends were like, well, I can kind of see where in some situations they could see it that way, but also blah, 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 because someone who, from their perception, sees both of us, they see, people acting a certain way. So it's interesting that we don't realize we don't know what world they're experiencing because we're in our world, not theirs. So they're seeing the world through their own eyes, through their own experiences, their own conditioning. And we're just like, wow, you're from a different planet. And we all are. And we experience it from different viewpoints. That's interesting that came in here. Five of water, the Five of Cups. There's a bit of sorrow there. I don't feel like they have regrets, but I do feel like they do mourn the loss of, oh, it's sad that this thing that I had is gone. Um, they're more mourning the loss of what you would bring them in their life, if that makes sense. And then the King of Earth, yeah, the King of Pentacles. They're more focused on abundance and, this energy of the outside world. Again, I feel like this Five of Cups with this King of Pentacles, the King of Earth they're more mourning over what they don't have anymore. Like, they're bringing back my first ex who was like, um, they moved in with me and I bought him all this stuff. I co-signed on their car. I was an overgiver, obviously, in codependent relationships. If I gave them everything, then they would never leave me and never cheat on me. Wrong. But it also is this, yeah, I would miss being with me too. Look, all the stuff that you had physically in your world, but now none of it's there. I feel like that's kind of the sadness that I feel is coming in here. So do they have any regrets was this one. Yeah, we got the seven. I got to be true to my authentic self. I don't shrink. And the Seven of Pentacles is more of this doesn't bear the fruit I want, so I'm gonna go look for the fruit tree that I've been looking for kind of energy. The Seven's energy isn't, again, it doesn't support any regret. It's more, I gotta be me and I get to have what I want kind of energy. Do they miss you? Let's see what we have here. We have the Nine of Swords with the Page of Earth. Yeah, so they miss the abundance energy. So they miss, but they don't miss the expectations that they were experiencing here with the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords are the fears of not being good enough, of not doing things enough. So it, and it wouldn't even have to do again with anything that you did or said. They already had all of this long list of expectations that they were supposed to be and should be and need to be when they were through their childhoods, that without you saying a word or doing an action, they already thought you were expecting all these things. And that's why they tend to not go back. They tend to go forward. If they fear that they're not going to be able to live up to something, they will move on to something else. And that's that kind of energy that's here. But I don't feel like they miss people or regret things. They just look for the next thing. They mourn what I had around me, what I was getting from you, but they don't miss people. They look at this point in their life, it feels like they look at people as more as resources than they do looking at them as like a pursuit of love and relationship, and that this is as a person kind of energy, if that makes sense. So like I said, I feel like this is good that they're not in your life anymore. You're like we talked about, I think I said the thing, they didn't steal my man, they stole my problem. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see what else. Fortune cookie around this one. Yeah, give. It's all the give and take. They just like what you can give. Yeah, one of the best feelings we can experience is giving to others. And when we do so, we feel lifted up and our lives improve greatly because of someone else's happiness. Think of one way you can give to another today. It's funny because all that giving energy I was talking about, being an overgiver, it's like, that's what they appreciated, was what you could give them. But it's like, Wow, right? Right? Hallelujah. Whoop, whoop. All right. So that's for that one. And then for number 2 in the second batch, like I do a second batch with the wink, wink. Let me highlight this here. So, all right. And then what are Narin's thoughts and feelings towards you? Why is she not replying to you? Does she still want to be friends? I feel like when I drew her cards earlier about if she knew Harris, whatever, she's got a new love. And she tends to shrink and try to become who the other person wants her to be. She abandons everything for the new love kind of energy. It's kind of a pattern, right? So I feel like that's a big piece of what's going on here. Yeah. So we've got here their thoughts towards you. Why is she not replying to you? Let's pull that here. So why is she not replying to you? And then does she still want to be friends? Okay. Yeah. So bottom of the deck. Yeah, so she's definitely Google-eyed with the new love. So everything's invested in them, right? But their thoughts and feelings towards you. Yeah, we've got the teacher here, energy. That is interesting. She kind of looks up to you. She learns a lot from you, but there's also this energy of, I don't want to have truth right now. And so I feel like you tell her the truth. Like if she talked to you, you'd be like, I think you're could be shrinking, which is kind of your pattern when you find a new love, that you kind of shrink to match the energy of the other person, and you think you need to be who they are, and they don't want to hear that. So I feel like they're avoiding you because they don't want you to ruin their illusion of this relationship, because you're going to speak truth, and they're like, I like better believing my illusion. At least right now. I feel like that's some of it. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah. And we have the full card. We got this this was the card we got in her reading. They're telling me. So this is this new adventure, the lovers. They're on this new adventure, so that all their energy is being pointed to this new love. Yeah, and the 9 of Cups energy. So they're really focused on this dream come true. They do see you as someone that will speak truth to them. But I get it. I'm not one that's going to tell people what they want to hear. I tell people with love the truth, and I try not to be blunt or rude. Depends on spirit coming to. Sometimes people need blunt to get their attention, and it's spirit's energy. But I feel like that's the big piece here. They see you as someone that's truthful, but they're really caught up in their dream come true. That's a big piece of why they're not contacting you. Yeah, and we got the Emperor energy. They do see a little bit here, and this is the Emperor and the Hierophant, the 4 and 5 energy is, they're like people in authority. The Emperor, of course, rules over society. The Hierophant is the spiritual leader who rules over the spiritual belief, right? So it's like the Pope and a president, but there is this sense of, and this doesn't mean it's true, but from their standpoint, you can be a little bossy. And that's their perception, right? which is a mirror. How are they bossy, right? We are like, yeah, mirror, right? But there is this, um, see, there's this little belief, you don't let me do what I want to do. And you're like, I don't force you to do anything. Well, by your words, you know, by your words, it's like you're trying to control my life, but it's not. You share, because you can't control what they're thinking and how they're receiving you. All you know is like you speak, hey, I just want you to know, this is good for you to know, blah, blah, blah. But you can make whatever choice you want. And like, well, you're judging me. You want me to be who you want me to be. You're not allowing me to be me. And you're like, you can be whoever you want. It doesn't matter what you say. They're taking it as, because they fear rejection. They fear, if I make a mistake, you're going to be right and I'm going to be wrong. More so, I'm going to be wrong. So there's a little bit of that, around the, you want me to be who you want me to be, which might be the healthiest thing for them, but they want to be able to do what they want to do. So there's that, below the surface that's going on there, as well. Like bossy or controlling, but it's a mirror, and that's what we say. I usually say, when we ask what other people think or feel about us, remember that 99.999% of that is the mirror showing us a piece of ourselves. So that's when she thinks you're bossy, she's really the bossy one. That's looking back in the mirror, right? So just keep that in mind. But I don't feel like there's anything you've done here. We got the 3 of Swords here, which are expectations equal disappointment. And the King of the Earth, the abundance energy that's here. Do they still want to be friends? Yeah. Because they know that this is you comforting them when they have their disappointment. They do see overall, they know that you are a good thing for their lives here. But it's interesting here. I'm getting almost a little bit of energy that is the overgiver energy, right? That you give a lot in your relationships of all kinds. Kind of that overgiver I was talking about, which I'm a recovering overgiver, I know. But that it's like you tend not to want or allow other people to give to you a whole lot because you feel like you have to overgive. There's maybe some subconscious, like an out of balance. I have to give 1,000 coins to get one back. So you're always giving, always being there for people, always being the comforter, always being the truth sayer, always finding solutions. Rescue, being a good thing. So there's something about giving all that to you, that you deserve all of that first, as well. But yeah, I feel like she does want to be friends. I feel like she'll reach out when things start, when the illusion starts to fade and she starts to feel disappointed. Then she's like, oh, they're not telling me they love me, or they're, whatever. Yeah. Have patience. She will return. You're being asked to practice patience right now. It's not easy to do this, but you're strong, and there's a reason why things aren't aligning in the way you want them to in this moment. Have patience. It will eventually work out. That's funny. So, very interesting. Hey, Patty. Ah, very good. Oh, was that you? Well, good. See, now you know that he chose. If you were the one that hasn't chosen it, you have your reasons, and that they will. They chose you for a reason too. So, I love that. Oh, I'm glad it brought some comfort. All right. So that was for number 2 of the second bash. So your number 3 here And thank you again for all your multiple donations, Alice. How RJ sees, feels, thinks about you compared to his other girls. Anything about or with Natasha? Okay, let's take a look here. So, sees, feels, thinks about you compared to the others. You don't want to know that last question? I like it that you're like, I don't need to know that anymore. Do you have another question you'd like to ask in place of that? Because, yeah. Mm-mm. Oh, okay, you ask about her tomorrow. Okay, so just the comparison to the other girls? Oh, any angel or spirit guidance to help you with confidence? Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look here. This one. All right. I love it. You've got this progression of 1 card and 2 cards and 3 cards. And I feel like this is a message from your spirit guides. You got the 3 of cups on the bottom, which does represent it. If you see hummingbirds, either in person or in context like this or internet or anything else, that is a message for him here too, of this, that they are very supportive of your growth and they want to validate the growth that you've had in the movement. So I love that. You have the 9 of earth, the 9 of pentacles. This is being alone with spirit, and that you're never ever alone is what they want to say here with this, that they're always around you, they're never away from you, they're always by your side, they're always supporting you, always sending you love, always sending you messages, um, and and you are loved, and you are never alone. And they are your biggest fans. They're always supporting you, and they don't have any judgment. They have unconditional love for you. Nothing you have to do to earn their love, nothing you can do to lose it. They just love you. They see you as perfect. Your higher self is actually with them, and this is just an extension. And it's like you're playing a video game and they're all around you cheering you on as your higher self, experiences life through. This is one of your expressions, that is happening here. I love that. But you're never ever alone. And they're kind of validating the work you've been doing on the emotional conflict, especially around the 5 of Pentacles energy of lack, of the fears of being abandoned, the fears of being alone, left behind, left out in the cold, of not being enough and not having enough. And that they're proud of the energy you invested in transforming those things and seeing it differently, and encouraging you to continue on that. Because if you think the freedom that you have feeling more now, they're like, you ain't seen anything yet. They're like, boom, you got these huge releases that are available for you. And they're like, you've had these big steps, but they're like, there's so much more for you, so much more freedom for you to feel. So I love that for you. You also have the Emperor energy. And this is you taking ownership and empowerment of your life. This is realizing all that opinion. They're like, you can send all these people out of the throne room so that you can decide from your heart, not from your mind and all those expectations, but from your heart, on what you want to do, and then putting energy behind it, creating a plan and taking action, that you are the ruler of your life, that there's no supposed to from their end. It's like, how do you're the one driving the bus. They're all the puppies in the bus, excited to go on the ride wherever you decide to go. There's no wrong place to go for a ride, if you ever ask a dog. And also, the creator is a co-creator with you. They're going off of what you're wanting. They don't have like, oh, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, this is where you should go. They're like, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? And so they're really allowing you to see that you are the ruler of your life, and that there's no chance to fail because you're the one who decides what you want to do. There's no expectation for you to disappoint. There's like no expectations. The only expectation here is to experience, and you do that every second. So you're meeting 100% of the expectations. Yeah, you have this death and release, this new energy, this whole new rebirth that's coming. Yeah, and the Ace of Water, your Ace of Cups, which is your self-love. And again, they're saying here you are in this place of finding your self-love. You've been expanding this, and that they keep giving you more and more of their love, that eternal, unconditional love that fills up your chalice, the Holy Grail, and that allows you to fill up and overflow out to the world. But all you have to do is become more and more aware of the love that lies in your own heart. You become this chalice, you allow them to fill you up, then it overflows and flows out to the world. So I love that for you. All right. And I like this. Speak up and talk to them more. Says, what are you not saying that's eating you up inside? You can't keep this in forever. It's time to let it out so you can move on and be happy. This is talking to them. They're like, we're around you. We hear you. Every time you speak to us in your heart, in your mind, in the physical world, we hear you. You don't have to say it out loud. You can just think it. We will hear you. You can say it from your heart. We will hear you. Of course, saying out loud, we will hear you. We always hear you. So I love that for you. All right. So that was for that one. So you gave another donation. So was it that you did want to know how RJ feels about you compared to other girls, just not Natasha? Is that correct? Let me know that. And I'll put number 4 in here. Okay, gotcha. Picking up what you've been. Let me take a quick sip here and we'll finish that one up. All right. Okay, and this will be my last donation. I hit 5 hours, so I do need to go. I will do the 4 free readings real quick that I did not get to before I head out. This will be the last one here. So let's take a look here. So, how does RJ feel and think? Oh, and see. See? How do they see you? How do they feel you? How do they think about you compared to the other? How do they see the others? How do they think about? Right? Think, no, feel, and then think. Soul, spirit, house. All right, we'll take a look here. So, the bottom of the deck, we have the Page of Fire. And it's funny because the Page of Fire is like new passion, new passion, new passion. And it's like they're like how they see all women are the same way a horny chihuahua sees people's legs. They're like, just something I can go hump their legs. I'm like, he's such a It's like, is he a teenager or what? But it's just like, that's the kind of passion. They're just like, they've got this libido that's there. That's crazy. So they want you to know that just underlying under there. Now, how does he see you? He saw you as something more with the renewal, which is the calling, which is something higher. They saw everyone else as an opportunity. The Page of Earth, what can I get from others? Is how he kind of views the others. He saw you as someone more that could offer him something else. But I don't feel like they were in a place they felt worthy of it, but also that the cost, this is what I'm hearing, the cost was too high that I couldn't meet the cost, which means that in order to go to the level where you're at, I'd have to give more emotion. I would have to give more than that they felt they were capable of. Wow, right? Interesting. The feelings, how do they feel about you compared to the others? 10 of Wands, a lot of extreme passion there. And the Hierophant, interesting. So these feelings, there's almost this sense of with the others, they felt, again, like they felt they were more than the others, the other girls, the other women. And they thought you were this maximum, like you were extreme energy that, again, it's this, I can't keep up with you. You are more fire, more energy, more, just more. You're more. And it's easier for me to choose people who are who I feel are less than me because I don't have to try and I exceed and I'm like, wow. But with you, I'd have to invest so much energy just to hit your meets level. And they're like, I'd rather not have to do anything and feel like, wow, people think I'm amazing than to do all this just to get up to zero. And so there's an interesting energy there of just feeling like I wouldn't be able to match up to it. And it's funny because their feelings are like, again, there's that lack energy, right? I can't keep up with you. But there's also this demanding that you are too demanding of me. And you're like, what? I was just asking, can you text me a little more often? I wasn't saying you got to do this, but in their mind, I'm not enough. Wow, no one's ever told me that. It's interesting energy there. And then what thoughts? Their thoughts about you. Yeah, the 6 of Wands. Again, here's the horny dog. There's a lot of fire energy here, which is there. But they thought it was a victory. They saw it as equal. Their thought was like, oh, we're equal passions compared to others. Yeah, 8 of Fire, which is it's an interesting energy because the 8 of Wands is a lot faster moving energy, and with the others, more faster passion. Where it's funny, it's a rescue dog that's on here. That's how they ended up feeling. Is with others, they feel like a pedigree because they feel like they're a step up than the other mutts that they were hanging around. But with you, they felt like a rescue. And that made them feel, and that can happen when you're an overgiver. And, which I experienced. I would end up with givers, but I was such an overgiver. I made them feel like a taker and they didn't like that, kind of energy. So it does feel here like, again, it's an energy of you were more than they'd ever come across before, but then they were like, it's too much work. I can't, and I'm going to fail. I'm not going to be able to do this. I'd rather be with someone else. They might even have said um, like I used to say, yeah, I'm high maintenance, but I'm worth it, but they might say, you're high maintenance and it's too much. And it's like, but you invest, right? It's like when they say you get what you pay for. It's like, well, if you only want to do this, that's as much as you get. If you want someone who can gives a whole lot, you do need to give more, kind of energy. It's so interesting. Let's see what else they have here for you. Yeah. Hit the pause button. That's what it says here. You're being asked to pause before making a quick decision and moving forward. Allow yourself to step back, look at all of the possible outcomes, and make sure you're heading in the right direction before moving forward. I like this. This is like, it's good energy to kind of step back, look at all your relationships, and go, what did I learn about myself through each one of these? And because it's like gleaning and learning. Like me, I was a serial monogamist. I went from relationships to relationships to relationships, just one after another, till I hit after number 4. Then I was single for 3 years, and then I was in a relationship for a year, and then I've been a monk ever since. But there's this I guess, what is it? There's some wisdom in pausing, reflecting before we move on to another one, because you just keep uh, learning the same thing over and over again until I'm like, oh, if I review it, maybe I won't have to experience it again. So anyway, I like that for you. All right, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I am so grateful. And I am hoping that brought you some good wisdom in everything you heard today. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I am going to here complete the 4 last of the free readings. I think that was it. Let me just make sure here. I don't want to leave like one person out. If there was, see, there's Happy Pill. I got Happy Pill. And there's JJ Jane, Sun and Music. Okay. And then did those. We did those. We did those. We did all those. We did all those. Okay, yep, so I think that is it. All right, so Maria P, let's grab your timestamp here. This is for your free reading. So a general for you. Let's take a look here. Got this one and got this one. All right, yeah. I feel like you got these cards in one of your readings tonight, but you got the Strength card and the 5 of Wands. There is this energy of conflict between your head and your heart. And the Leo energy, here's your Leo energy. It's about you being true to you. And there's this energy. Usually it shows a maiden, which is your higher self, and the lion, which is your human self. This one, it has the lion and the lamb, but that infinity symbol represents your higher self up there. And this is about the relationship inward and upward. And that the 5 of Wands represents this, the draw of the mind and the draw of your high heart, and that you kind of have this conflict that's going on. This doesn't have to do with any relationships in the outside world. This has to do with your inner relationship that's coming in here. So, there is that, energy of inward and upward, and you're really being drawn here that because the outside world isn't going to give you what our mind has told us that it's supposed to give us. That what you're looking for is here, and there is this energy of drawing this in will help release this conflict and this fire that seems to be building up. It's almost like an unquenchable fire, I hear. And it's like it's because the outside world can't quench you, that it's the inside that will quench you. And that's an important thing to realize. So anything you can do to go inward and upward to commune with your higher self, your spiritual posse, the spirit world will expand, and it'll give you a quenching flow of unconditional love energy that will, just one little drop of it will be like, oh God, worth gallons and gallons and gallons of other emotional energy from the outside world. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Happy Pill, you are up next. Here is your timestamp. Hey, Nisha. Thank you for being a new subscriber. Yeah, we can get you in there. I'll add you to the bundle list. I just have a few more to go here. So Happy Pill, a general message for the week. Okay. So you've got the Three of Fire and the Magician. Wow. Yeah, so this is about a change of direction you're taking this week with new awareness. The Magician card is really this, where I focus my magic wand, I go. And the Three of Wands is that whatever this path that you were on, where you were headed, that there's like this realization that I don't need to go this route, that I have everything I need inside of me and I'm ready. It's almost like I don't need more education. I don't need more experience. I don't need more. There's like this taking a new route to express uniquely who you are, that you got everything inside of you already. You don't need to change. You don't need to be something else. It's just simply time to take a different route and express yourself as you are, not trying to become anything more. You are everything already. So, wow, I love that for you. It's stepping into your power of who you are next week is very important. So I love that for you. Right, that's what they have for you, Happy Pill. JJJ, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Oh, boom. And you like a message from AAG. All right, let's see here. What is the message from AAG? Okay, this and this. All right. Wow, I just put that card back in. It came right back out. You got the Magician and the Emperor energy, two major arcana. And both of these are about stepping into power energy. The Emperor's Aries energy. I think the Magician. What is the Magician? I think the Magician is Uranus. But there is this, both of these energies are coming in about stepping forward in doing what you're drawn to do from your heart. Because the Emperor card is like being surrounded by a bunch of noisy people telling you the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be's. And you're like, all right, everybody, I'm the Emperor. Clear the throne room. Leave your opinions in that door on the way out. And I am going to have quiet time to decide what it is that my heart wants, put a plan together, and then put action behind that plan. Magician is an action card. It's also a power card. And this is about taking action, stepping in, and you deciding and I feel like they want you to know there's no wrong choice. There's just different choices with different experiences. And sometimes we're afraid to make a choice because we don't want to make the wrong one. But when there's no wrong one, you make a choice following your heart. Get out of your head with all the supposed to's and blah, blah, blah. But follow your heart and move forward. And you don't have to figure out your entire rest of your life. Just what is the next step? And follow your heart in it. And you'll go on this adventure with your heart and feel like you're living. Whereas if you follow your mind, you'll feel like you're just existing, checking off things, meeting expectations instead of flowing and expressing your heart. So I feel like that is the message that comes in from AAG for you today. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. Many blessings. All right. Sun and Music, you are up. Look at you at 52525. So what does your mom's orthopedic doctor think of you? All right. Of course, when we're looking at other people's opinions, of course, it's a reflection of a lot of how they feel about themselves. So we always got to keep that in mind, right? All right, let's see here. So what do they think of you? Boom, boom, boom. I got the death card here and the King of Air, which is someone who do they think you're a know-it-all and they want you dead? No. No. But there is this energy here of it is a very weird energy that's coming in here. I don't know why immediately I got like you might be very knowledgeable with this King of Air. They feel like you're really intelligent, you know things, and you might even be asking a lot of questions, or you might keep them accountable in a way. And this peacock here with this death card, which is the release card of this death and this rebirth card, we've got this bit of this energy of in one sense it feels refreshing, but I do feel like it's a combination of both of those energies. Like in one part, they kind of feel like in the beginning they were like, "What, you think you know everything?" And gosh, I wish you wouldn't be here. Not death, but because they were just like, I just want to be able to go and go. But then as they got to hear your questions and everything, then I feel like this death card is a change of their perception, because you asked great questions and they were like, well, you do know a lot of what you're talking about, kind of energy it feels like that's coming in here. So I feel like that's kind of where the energy's at. That's coming in. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's what they have for you, Sun and Moon. So Sun and Music, many blessings to you. All right. All right, Nisha, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Whoops. Let's grab your correct timestamp here. Hey, Swart Bobby. I'll try to get you into here. All right. So, Nisha, so thank you again for being a new subscriber and liking. I appreciate that. Thank everyone for all the thumbs up. It does help the channel. And you're part of our love tsunami, so thank you. So you want to know what is coming towards you. All right, so based on current energies, whoa, a lot is coming towards you. These cards would have gone flying towards you if you were here. But the two cards that made themselves known here, you do have the Magician card, excuse me, and the Eight of Pentacles. I'm so sorry, hold on. Yeah, definitely need to go after Swaroot Bobbies. My voice is going away. I guess after 5.5 hours of talking, who would blame me, right? But I like this for you, Nisha, because the Eight of Earth, Eight of Pentacles is because of the blood, the sweat, the tears, wherever you've been investing your energy, wherever you've been putting in this focus. And I feel like you really have been specifically, intentionally investing your energy in things that you're going to get the reward. That's what's coming forward. That's what you're drawing in. Of course, that's the way energy works. Whatever we focus draws in here. So I do feel like you are going to see the fruits of your labor that are coming in. Something to be aware of is what that could help things come in faster is if you're focusing in on what you want or what you need or what you fear, that energy actually is lack energy. It'll push things away. If you transform it just a little bit, do a little bit of tweaking where you focus in, and in this moment, what are you grateful for with what you have right now? Or what you have had in your life, that magnetizes you to receive more of that, and it opens us up to receive. If I'm focusing on, I want something, I need something, that's a belief that I don't have what I need in this moment, and that's lack energy, and that's what pushes it, makes it harder for you to receive than if you sit in gratitude. So I like this for you because you are getting the fruit of your labor. You have been focusing on your transformation into evolution. And because of that, you are going from this caterpillar, that you went from a caterpillar into the cocoon. You're ready to come out of the cocoon and be a butterfly, experience things differently, see things from a different perspective. Because butterflies can fly from a different perspective than a caterpillar. And then also some of the fruits that you get, you're like, okay, but I don't want that anymore. It's like a caterpillar eats leaves, a butterfly likes nectar. It will search for nectar and blossoms instead. So it's a bit of transformational energy. And so I do feel like that is what is coming. You're going to get some fruit and go, okay, well, that's good, but I don't want that anymore. I want something else. And I feel like you're going to be doing some adjustments, and some changes will be coming in for you as well. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Nisha. So many blessings. Absolutely. Thanks for being a subscriber. Hopefully we'll see you some more. I'm on Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights from 6 to 9 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday mornings, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mountain Time. So if you want to come join us, we'd love to have you. All right. And then lastly, but not leastly, we have Swaroop Bobby. You are up. Boom. So next week's reading, what is coming towards you? All right, let's take a look here. All right. These two here. You got the Six of Fire and the Four of Earth. Oh, nice flow, even numbered energies here. Six of Fire, Six of Wands energy. That is a bit of a victory energy, but it is a flow of energy. And the Four of Earth, I'm really getting like a building or a home. And there's this flow and this change. So this could be residence, it could be where you work, or a change of some location is coming in for you here. But I really feel like I don't feel like it's just about abundance or things of the outside world, because the Four of Pentacles for me is coming in very strong. It's four walls in the outside world that's changing. And there's a flow, like you're moving offices, and it's a good move for you, but it's moving, either moving home or work environment, or a change within it where you are either changing the aesthetics to make it more sensory, more pleasing to the eye and ear and nose. And I don't know if you're gonna bait the wall with the jam, make it more tasty. I don't know, but that's just a joke. But I feel like there is this movement and this change within your residence, or within work, where it's a positive thing. Like it brings flow. So if it's moving your furniture around, if you're not actually moving, it's an important thing to do because it gets energy flowing, decluttering, moving things differently. It just opens up. It's like the feng shui changes and the energy changes. And I feel like that's an important thing for you this next week. So if you've been wanting things to flow, then that's a good way to go. Look, I made a rhyme. All right. So that is what we have for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. And on that note, I'm going to close down here. I will post a pinned comment listing all the readings with the timestamps here in a moment. Thank you guys again so much. I know out of balance at 5.5 hours, but I'm so grateful to have all of you here and on this journey of seeking after spirit. So thank you so much for all the love and all the support. And remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. Of course, I love you guys too. Don't forget, I also have a new podcast, The Easier Path. The first adventure video is out called Not So Easy. If you want to check that out, that is free as well. And I also have a giveaway coming up on October 21st. If you want to check that video out, that will tell you how you can get into the drawing. Also, all this information is in the description box of the video. So if you're not seeing it in the chat, you can grab it there. And then also I have my personal recorded readings on sale, my 15-minute, my 30-minute, until the end of October. I'll probably extend it into November with some other specials. But if you're interested, all of that is available right now too. So no expectations, just information. I like to make sure you guys know any free things I have available out there, any giveaways and specials. So there you go. All right, everybody, I'm out of here. Much love. We'll see you when we see you. You guys take care.